জানেন আমি জয়েন করেছি। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ মহুয়া, আচ্ছা আমি মর্নিং আমি একটু বাইরে ফোন, আমি একটা না ভিডিও কনফারেন্স মিটিং আছে, আমি একটু বাদে ফোন ব্যাক করছি। হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে, আমার দেখা যাচ্ছে। আপনি মিউট করা ম্যাডাম।
Yes, yes, yes. Good morning.
মর্নিং।
এবার আমরা কি আরম্ভ করব? যদিও আজকে মোর দ্যান 100 স্টুডেন্টস বা 150 স্টুডেন্ট জয়েন করবে, কিন্তু এখন অলরেডি 71 টু
ব্যাস 60 আছে, আমরা শুরু করি।
60-70 হয়ে গেছে।
হ্যাঁ আমরা শুরু করি, আপনি শুরু করুন।
ওকে
জয়ন্ত শুরু করো। জয়ন্ত একটু প্রোগ্রামটাকে বলবে?
প্রোগ্রামটা কি পাঠাবো আপনাকে?
একটু বললেও হয়, মানে কি কি আছে মানে।
আমি বলছি তাহলে প্রোগ্রামটা।
ম্যাডাম।
হ্যাঁ
গুড মর্নিং।
হ্যাঁ গুড মর্নিং।
গুড মর্নিং।
গুড মর্নিং।
গুড মর্নিং মচালি।
হ্যাঁ
হ্যালো, শোনা যাচ্ছে কি? আমি কি অডিয়েবল হচ্ছি?
হ্যাঁ শোনা যাচ্ছে।
আচ্ছা, শুরু করে দিই তাহলে।
শুরু করে দাও।
স্যার কি প্রোগ্রামটা কি বলে দেব?
তাহলে শুরু করে দিই।
প্রোগ্রামটা কি বলে দেব? স্যার কি বলে দেব?
আচ্ছা ওই নয়, আপনি ইন্ট্রোডাকশনে বলে দেবেন প্রোগ্রামটা।
হ্যাঁ
আচ্ছা
আমি শুরু করে দিই তাহলে।
হ্যাঁ শুরু করো।
Good morning. Regards to all of you joining us in this webinar. This is on data analytics and security. This is the outreach program for India Statistical Institute's ASIBO Center for Cryptology and Security, which is a center of excellence in ISI. Considering the importance of data and its handling in these days in every sphere of science and businesses, today we will try to provide you some insights into this by highlighting some areas under concepts and uses of analyzing data, data mining, and obviously security of your data in 3 sessions respectively. Hope everyone will enjoy it. So first of all, I request our principal, honorary principal of this college, Dr. Shukla Hazra, madam, to deliver her welcome address. Madam.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I first welcome Professor Bimal Roy, Honorable Director of ASIBO Center for Cryptology and Security, India Statistical Institute, and professor of that institute, and also our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Bashub Chaudhuri, West Bengal State University, and other speakers, Professor Pinakpani Pal from Indian Institute of India Statistical Institute, and Professor Abhishek Adhikari, Presidency University, Kolkata, and students from different colleges and universities. Today, more than 150 students from outside, they register. I hope they will join. And the colleges, the students of colleges, APC College, Barakpur, Rashtraguru Surendra, APC College and Barakpur Rashtraguru Surendranath College, Bhairav Ganguly College, Brahmananda Keshav Chandra College, Damdam Motijhil College, Dirojio Memorial College, Mallabhum Institute of Technology, Prashanto Chandra Mahalanobish Mahavidyalay, RKVM Sharoda Ma Girls College, Ram Mohan College, and students of West Bengal State University, students of Vivekananda College, Madhyamgram, Victoria Institution College, Jadavpur University, and students from also Kazi Nazrul University, MIT Bishnupur, Kachrapara College, Maulana Azad College, Pachkot Mahavidyalaya, Tamrolipto Mahavidyalaya, Tarokeshwar Degree College. So many students, they respond to these webinar because our honorable guest, honorable speaker, and most of the colleges under West Bengal State University where our honorable Vice Chancellor inspire the college teachers and students to participate in this webinar. And I am honored to get this opportunity for the last 3 years to organize such webinar, at least 6 to 7 in a year. And today the topic is data analytics and security. When we are all these activities are organized by the Department of Physics, Mathematics and Computer Science of East Calcutta Girls College. They organize in a very good, very good shape. And many students, they contact our colleges. We are getting a platform to reach to them. So I welcome all students, all speakers, all honorable persons to this webinar, and I pray for every success of such webinar. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, madam.
Babu.
Hello. হ্যালো, শোনা যাচ্ছে?
হ্যাঁ, শোনা যাচ্ছে।
Thank you, madam, for such a warm address. Now it's time to inauguration. Though today no physical lamp is present here in this virtual platform, but we have among us one and only one, our own Professor Bashop Chaudhary, VC of West Bengal State University, to ignite the lamp present in everyone's mind by his most impressive addresses. Always he impressed us. So let me invite him, Professor Chaudhary. Professor Chaudhary?
বাসব তোমাকে মিউট করা।
ও আপনার ইউতে মিউট করা।
বাসব করো, আরে আনমিউট করো।
প্রফেসর চৌধুরী
মিউট করা আছে স্যার, আপনারটা মিউট করা আছে।
আপনার অডিওতে মিউট করা আছে।
এবার শুনতে পাচ্ছেন?
হ্যাঁ, এবার শুনতে পাচ্ছি। হ্যাঁ,
মানে সুইচটা দু জায়গায়, এখন আমি এক জায়গায় করছি, ওই জায়গাটা কিছুতেই হচ্ছে না। এনিওয়ে, Jayanta Babu has so warmly talked about me. First of all, good morning to all of you. I'm indeed grateful to the kind words spoken in my favor. Nowadays, people are not speaking in my favor, but it is good to see that Jayanta Babu this morning is talking in my favor. So Jayanta Babu has always done it. So thank you very much. Let me tell you very frankly that I have been in this university since September 8, 2015, and now it is like a caretaker government that I am running, because on 22nd of August my term of 4 year has been completed, and I am now on caretaker system because I have been on 6 months of extension, and the search committee has been formed, and the search committee is doing its job. So the search committee will find the new name of the vice chancellor. So it may so happen that I may continue or I may not continue. So with that kind of thing, I do not know to what extent I should take interest in the university. I do not know how much I should take interest in the colleges or affiliated colleges. The kind of interest that I have taken, let me tell you, that prior to my joining this university, the university system was not in place. Gradually, with time, I have tried my best. Not that I have been successful in every time, in every occasion, but the point is, I have tried my best to develop a system. And once university runs according to a system, the whims and fancies of the vice chancellor or the teachers or the principals or the college or the heads of the departments, they are minimized. Any system that works, that is basically according to rules and regulations, and those rules and regulations are very properly written. So that is what is important, and with that in mind, I am always, the kind of thrust that I used to give. Nowadays I am not giving that thrust on the programs, and it is indeed gratifying to note that all the affiliated colleges of the West Bengal State University have taken upon themselves the task or the initiative to do different programs, to continue with different programs, to organize different programs, and that is what matters. A person, an individual does not matter. What matters is an institution. Once an institution goes on doing its job, institution gets sustainable, and institution becomes sustainable and starts working. So, from that point of view, the program that you are in today was thought of by Professor Bimal Roy of the R.C. Bose Center for Cryptology. He was the director of Indian Statistical Institute, and no one needs any introduction of the Indian Statistical Institute simply because it is one of the best institutes in the country and in the world, and one of the very prized institutions that we have in the city of Kolkata. So, we were saying that when Dr. Jayanta Ghosh, a teacher of mathematics of a college affiliated to Calcutta University, told me that he wants to conduct this kind of program for even other universities. I thought that it was a good opportunity, and it was a good opportunity to interact with Professor Bimal Roy, and our teachers and our colleagues and our students will get opportunities to interact with him and to learn from him on different subjects. It is not only restricted to mathematics or statistics. It is restricted generally to development of knowledge and development of ideas in different sectors of knowledge building or knowledge creation. So that is what the purpose of the Indian Statistical Institute was, that when the development of statistics was at its infancy, when something was not in a good shape, Professor Prashant Chandra Mohalanobish started this idea, and from a small room in Presidency College, gradually the Statistical Institute came. Prashant Chandra Mohalanobish was particularly interested to develop this statistical research in this country, and all of you know that he was very close to initially to Rabindranath Tagore. All of you know later on, for some time he was secretary of Rabindranath Tagore also. Later on, he became very close to Jawaharlal Nehru, and he was the prime minister. And the prime minister did everything. Honorable prime minister of that time did everything to put oxygen and water into the statistical institute, so that the statistical institute grows. So it has grown, and it has grown, and it is doing good job. It is doing good research. It is doing good developmental work, and it is developing new subjects, new ideas. From that perspective, when Dr. Jayanta Ghosh said that it is we can do this kind of program even for our colleges and our university, I thought that East Calcutta Girls College could be a good candidate for that. And East Calcutta Girls College was approached by me and the respected principal of the East Calcutta Girls College, Dr. Shukla Hajra, immediately accepted my proposal, and there was a very good meeting between or among Dr. Shukla Hajra, Jayanta Ghosh, Professor Bimal Roy. I was also present, and this whole idea of dissemination of knowledge and trying to develop. Excuse me, please. Trying get a child trying to develop trying to develop this subject in at the college level, that or at the school level, that was felt important. All of you know that the mathematics is such a subject. It has some amount of abstraction. There is no point in this abstraction or this language of mathematics must be understood, and mathematics must be understood in your mind before you put the ideas on your paper, because it works in mind, it works in your brain, it works, it circulates, and that is what is necessary. So Professor Bimal Roy is a mathematician and a statistician of great repute, and he, along with his colleagues who are also great scientists and mathematicians in statistical institute or any other institutions, they come together on this forum to create enthusiasm among students to learn mathematics, to be oriented in the subject of mathematics. Mathematics is a subject which is, there are two subjects people used to be afraid of when we were students. One is English, and the other is mathematics. The number of failures were very many, very many. English was a foreign language, so people used to fail, and mathematics because they did not understand. The idea of this particular course on data science and security, is basically to understand mathematics, to build little infrastructure or little infrastructural help or little understanding of mathematics, upon which you can build upon the data science and data security and things like that. And data are very important, particularly from the Hadron Collider, when the particles are colliding and they are giving large number of particles, and very large number of particles, quarks and all those, and which are having very small existential time. They just are created and immediately they are destroyed. So they give ideas about the creation of this universe, and the amount of data is so much after experiments that it is very difficult to find actual data from noise. They call it noise. So noise is basically, actual sound and noise. It is very difficult to differentiate and distinguish actual sound and noise, actual data and fudged data, actual data and data which does not have any meaning. So which one is important and which one is not important? That is the purpose of data science. And then data mining. Data mining is basically, as mining happens from the earth, beneath the earth surface, you get the material. So that is basically ores and minerals, and those minerals are basically existing with a large amount of mud and other rocky materials and things like that. So you have to get the actual material, and it is a very tough process, particularly in chemistry. We know the difficulty in getting ores in high concentration. That is a big thing. All of you who are studying chemistry, you must be knowing. Similarly, from a large number of data, to find out the data, and then once you have got very carefully analyzed data, to have security of those data, that is also very important. Because if you cannot keep your data secure, if you cannot keep your things secure, then in this particular cyber world, it is extremely difficult to really ensure that you will continue to work, because the data are basic information. If those are not secure, if those are stolen, if and data are obtained after a lot of experiments. So those experiments are very costly experiments. The countries are spending money on that. So the point is, these are all related, and I hope that the basic science of data analytics and data security will be discussed and deliberated by persons of repute today, who are knowledgeable not only in mathematics and statistics, but also in different related subjects, and they will be able to contribute to your understanding. That is what is important. Professor Bimal Roy's lecture, I have heard many, and he has always given stress on analysis of a problem, trying to understand a problem. If you understand a small problem, that small problem gives rise to more difficult problems, and those more difficult problems gives rise to more and more difficult problems, and then you can understand and appreciate. So I have already spoken a lot. I thank Professor Bimal Roy for giving this opportunity to the college and to the university. I thank the respected principal of the college. I thank the IQAC coordinator Panchali. I thank all other teachers who are present over here. I thank Dr. Jayanta Ghosh for his initiative, because without his initiative, nothing really happens. So all of you and all the students, please listen to the lectures. Please try to understand. Please try to analyze. Please try to be engaged in this kind of lecture. And from the lectures, you will get enormous enlightenment. That is what is necessary. Enlightenment. What Lord Buddha again and again said. It is bodhi. You know, it is basically Rabindranath used to say Pita no bodhi, that we have father, that understanding should come to us. That we are Pita no bodhi, that you are our father, Lord, you are our father, that understanding should come to us. So that mathematics is existing as a subject, that understanding should come to all of us. So I'm indeed grateful to all of you. I have got enormous support and help in the last 5 years, 2 months, or 5 years, more than 5 years, 2 months, from the teachers, students, non-teaching employees, principals, all the teachers from all quarters. So I am totally fulfilled. I have what I tried to develop this university, no doubt about it. I even yesterday up to 8 o'clock I had to stay in the university, knowing fully well that day after tomorrow I may not be in this university. So no problem. As long as up to the last moment I work in this university, I will continue to give my service to this university. And this university is for what you call first generation learners, and these first generation learners need the guardianship. The first generation learners need involvement and attention from even the vice chancellor. So I have tried to develop that. I am enormously grateful, and I am enormously satisfied with what I have done. I am fulfilled, basically. Whatever I have done, I have done with heart, and that is what I would like to say. I will conclude now. Puja is coming, so this time you will follow Corona things, and you cannot go out for puja. That is definitely, you will follow all of the young people I am talking about. So follow the guidelines and try to be as careful as possible, because this is a very dangerous disease. It does not kill many, but it infects many. So be careful, and thank you very much for your help, support, with which I have been able to work. And the respected principal has been wonderful, and Professor Bimal Roy, wherever he is, we have got his association, we have got his counsel, we have got his advice, we have got his direction and suggestions, and with that, definitely in future we will be able to proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary, for your beautiful and really enlightening address. Thank you, sir. Am I audible? শোনা যাচ্ছে তো?
Yes, yes, yes.
হ্যাঁ
You are,
যাচ্ছে
Janto, you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janto.
আমাদের এনরিচ করেন, এভাবে এনলাইটেন করেন, রিয়েলি এনলাইটমেন্ট আপনার লেকচার, এনলাইটেনিং লেকচার। Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we are entering in our main program. That is the technical sessions. This is on introduction to analytics. This talk will be delivered by Professor Bimal Kumar Ray. You already know Professor Roy is head of Asibo Center for Cryptology and Security of ISI and former director of the same institution, Indian Statistical Institute. But I think this is merely a less important introduction for a man for a person like Professor Roy, who is actually a top-notch statistician of this country in our time, and one of the founders of cryptology in India. His students are spread over different national and international academic and research institutions throughout the globe. In recognition of his contribution towards the education, Government of India have honored him by Padma Shri Award. Presently, he is chairman of National Statistical Commission, and we are really very proud to have such a illustrious person among us. Professor Rai.
Okay, thank you, Jayanto. Uh, Thank you, Bashov. Thank you, Dr. Hajra. Panchali, normally I start all my event with a cup of tea served at the Lake Town Girls College. But this time I had to ask my peon to get my tea in my office. So I missed that also. Now, this is also part of the whole package. Being there physically, having a cup of tea, and then we start the lectures. Okay, now this topic, as you probably are aware of, has gained a lot of importance, and it has also become kind of a buzzword these days. This data analytics, data science, blah blah blah. But I'll first tell you that this is nothing new. The word, terminology, nomenclature, they may be new, but conceptually, it has been there, it was there, it is there, and it will be there on a defined nomenclature way. So I'll first try to give, normally I try to give a few stories, episodes, to which I will explain my my basic notions of what is meant by data science and data analytics, or somebody say even big data analytics. These are all the buzzwords. So I'll try to explain what are actually meant by these things, through some stories or examples. Okay, my first story goes back to Sir Ronald Fisher, 100 years back. He was a professor at Cambridge, and he's also considered to be the father of statistics. And I don't know whether you will know this term, but I'll explain a little bit. He was teaching in his class the concept of correlation coefficient. So if you have two attributes, then there is a notion called correlation between these two attributes, something like height and weight, could be like sunshine and rainfall, could be anything. So we try to understand the relationship between two different attributes. In statistics, we say variables. In usual language, we say attributes. What is it supposed to measure? How these two attributes are associated. Meaning that if I know the height, do I know enough about the weight? Or if I know the weight, do I know enough about the height, by and large? So, and the way the mathematical formula was derived by the mathematician statisticians, this is mathematical formula of computing all these things, but let me not get into mathematics. But they show that this value lies from -1 to +1. Okay. What is, first let me say what is meant by positive correlation. Something like height and weight. By and large, if the height increases, the weight also increases. There may be some exceptions, but by and large, if height increases, weight increases. This is what we say, they are positively correlated, and the correlation coefficient is positive. The other way, look at the sunshine and rainfall. If there are more sunshine, then there should be less rainfall. By and large, there could be exceptions. Okay, so I would say sunshine and rainfall, they are negatively correlated. What is the extreme values? +1 and -1. If it is +1, that means if one attribute increases, the other attribute increases, and it completely tells you. So if I know the height, I can work out the weight. If I could do that with 100% confidence, then I would say the correlation coefficient is +1. -1 is the same thing. Again, same thing. If I know one attribute, I could tell the value of the other attribute. But it's negative. So if I know exact amount of sunshine we're having today, okay, I can exactly tell what is going to be the rainfall like. So this is exact. So from one attribute, I can talk about the other attribute, 100% accuracy. These are the extreme. What is meant by zero? Means they are not related at all. So something like it's a very typical example. It's like suppose you have fever and you have temperature. Okay, and so you record your temperatures, and also you record Shavantika, একটু মিউট করে দাও। Shavantika, একটু মিউট করে দাও। ওকে, মিউট না হলে একটু শুনতে অসুবিধা হয়। Okay, let me assume that my body temperature and the amount of fish I eat that day. So supposedly there is no correlation. So if I look into different people, what is the body temperature and how much fish they have eaten on that day, I would expect that they are not correlated. So I should get the value 0. 0 is little tricky thing, but 0 means we have no correlation. That means from one attribute I have no knowledge about the other attribute. Absolutely no knowledge about the other attribute. So this is something like a correlation 0. So in the scale of -1 to 1, you compute this correlation coefficient and looking at the value, you can tell how much they are associated. So he taught all these things, and then and there's mathematical formula, after all, with all these ideas put. Then he says his students, I think he had about 30-40 students in the class, say, okay, now that you have learned what is correlation coefficient, you get some data. So what is the data? So British government, each ministry used to publish a quarterly bulletin giving all the information for that particular quarter. So one group, so he divided the class strength in 2 groups. One group was asked to look into the bulletins of the Ministry of Commerce for last 30 years. So 30 years means 4 quarters each, so 120 quarters. And he told that you collectively look into all these quarterly bulletins of Ministry of Commerce for last 30 years. For all the 120 quarters, you just copy the amount of apple export from the United Kingdom, from UK. So the students go faithfully, they look into the library, there is no internet at that time, say they get the bulletins of this ministry, and then they copy faithfully. So when they come back to the class next day, so they have got for last 120 quarters, for each quarter, the amount of apple export from UK. The other group was asked to look into the bulletin of the Ministry of Social Justice and Welfare. And what they were asked to look into, the data on the number of registered divorces. So they looked into these bulletins last 120 quarters, and for each quarter they have recorded the number of registered divorces. So they come back to the class next day. So now what Professor Fisher does, okay, he puts for each quarter there is one data point or one attribute on the amount of apple export, and the other attribute is the number of registered divorces. Some numbers. So likewise, you have data 120 such data points for 120 quarters. So 2 attributes, 120 observations, and then it tells, okay, now that you have learned the definition and also formula for computing correlation coefficient, you please work out the formula and get me the correlation coefficient between apple export and divorces. So they're all numbers, the formula, so they put all the numbers in the formula, and at the end of the computation they get something like -0.87. So 2 things to observe. It's negative. That means if one increases, the other decreases. And 0.87 means this is quite highly correlated. Not as good as 1, but it's very close to 1. So now how do we interpret this? to look into this a little carefully, the way we interpret this is that if we have to reduce the divorces in UK, then you have to increase the amount of apple export from UK. That is the logical, scientific, conclusion on the basis of the correlation coefficient. But you may see that nothing could be as bizarre as that, as meaningless as this, isn't it? So this is absolutely useless information, absolutely useless analytics, and could be misleading. So what is the problem there? That we used these formulas, this computation on a domain which we don't understand at all. So anybody with little bit of understanding of this domain of why divorces take place, why apple exports go up and down, one can see that there cannot be any association between these two. So if you understand the domain correctly, then you do not make this study, because the numbers, put the numbers, something will come out. So applying this data science, data analytics on a domain, or without understanding the domain, would get you to misleading and often useless information. So what is the first lesson? If you want data science and data analytics, what is data analytics? What the mean? From the data, you want to try to infer some kind of inference. You want to make some useful inference, some useful future directions, and unless you understand the domain correctly, domain deeply enough, so you never apply any of the data science techniques which will be available. These days is more dangerous. There are packages, so they have all kinds of data science tools. So don't ever use any tools on data unless you understand that domain correctly, and you see that such analytics will hopefully come out with some meaningful inferences. This is the challenge of this subject now. You have to understand the domain, you have to understand the background, and then only you try all the data science techniques. And these days, I get very scared with availability of so much of technology, so much of tools. People just blindly use these tools on some data, and they come out with something which may be often misleading. So this is my first story. The message is that for data science, you have to understand the domain first. If you understand the domain, this is useless. So don't apply data science techniques blindly. So this is a very simple data science technique, understanding correlation between attributes. This is very fundamental, and you won't do it. The second thing, what does data science do? Sometimes we do have certain hypotheses, okay, some beliefs, and we need to validate or reject those beliefs. This is how human mind progresses. Nothing wrong to start with the belief, but then you must have a scientific way to either establish the belief or reject the belief. And this entire procedure, okay, is also a very basic notion of data science. So to validate the belief or reject the belief, what kind of data I need is first understanding. What kind of data I need? Is it already available, or do I have to generate? So if it's available in some form, my life is easier. But if it's not available in some form, I have to generate that data. And after that generation of data, we have to use some analytical tools or methods from where I can make certain inference, or that means I can either validate my belief or reject my belief. So it's good to have beliefs. It must accompany with a validation or rejection methodology. So I'll talk about one of my personal experience in this one. There are, so I have to tell in Bangla for now. I think everybody understands Bengali. So আমার একটা ছোটবেলা থেকে ধারণা ছিল, মেয়েরা রেগে যেও না, মানে মেয়েরা রেগে যেতে পারে, ধারণা ছিল যে মেয়েরা অঙ্কে কাঁচা হয়। So my impression was that the girls are weak in mathematics. That's the idea I grew up with. Right or wrong, I don't know. So after I got married, just এমনি গল্প চলে, আমার নতুন বিয়ে করা বউকে বললাম মেয়েরা তো অঙ্কে কাঁচা হয়, ব্যাস, she got fired. নতুন বউ খেপে গিয়ে বললো যে কি আবল তাবল বকছো, মেয়েরা অঙ্কে কাঁচা হবে। মানে আমার স্ত্রী ইজ ভেরি গুড ইন ম্যাথমেটিক্স, আমার স্ত্রী আইএসআই স্টুডেন্ট ছিল, এখান থেকে 20টা টেস্ট সব পাস করেছে। সো she was as good as mathematics as any of us. Then she gets very angry. This is nonsense. Your belief is all nonsense. Now, either you have to prove it or you have to accept that you are wrong. So this is in my personal life, the data science comes or analytics comes. But my belief is that the girls are weaker in mathematics. Mera onke kacha. So I have to get certain data or I have to look for data from which I can either establish yes, my hypothesis or my belief is correct or it's all wrong. My wife feels strongly it's all wrong belief. But anyway, I have to get into some scientific methodology to establish either way. So what kind of data I can have? And fortunately, I had access to some data. So I thought of, okay, getting data at the national level, state level is very difficult. But since I was already a faculty member at ISI, I thought I could possibly get access to some ISI data. So I talked to the dean that time, who actually arranges the admission tests. And typically in that's another idea that I grew up with. In ISI, to get into ISI, you have to be really very good in mathematics. Very good in mathematics. This is one of the strong requirements to get in mathematics. Very good in mathematics. And in a typical class in ISI, from my time, even when I teach now, about 10% probably are girls. So in my class, we are 28, 3 were girls. The class I have taught last semester had 45 students in this stat, and I had, I think, 4 girls. This batch I'm teaching, there are 30 students, 3 girls. So I see this pattern, about 10% girls. And that also made me believe that girls are probably weaker in mathematics. So they cannot really get in. Okay, so that's how the belief grew. Let me see, how do I analyze or deep dive into this problem? Then I asked the dean, in the first year, I think that time there was 36 students and there are 4 girls in that around 30 students that time. I told, can you just give me the data of all the admission records? He said, "Bimol, jao, niye jao. Tumi jao office se tomar jaya chai you can collect." First thing, I observed that there are about 10,000 applications for admission to VSTAT. It's normally after +2, and our test is only mathematics. First one is objective, second one is you have to solve problems. So 2 papers, both on mathematics, that's the admission test, and after +2. So there are about 10,000 students who are applied for VSTAT admission, and they wrote the admission test. Few didn't write, but let me assume that about almost all the 10,000 students wrote the admission test. Now, of this, I found about 950 were girl applicants, and 9,000 plus were the boys applicants. First thing to note is noted. Of the applicants, about 90% were boys and 10% were girls. Now, after they write the exam, the first part is objective type, so that is evaluated first. And whosoever scores 50% in the objective type test, their second paper is evaluated. Otherwise, it's not evaluated at all. So, of this, for 10,000 students, only about maybe 1,600 of them, or maybe 1,600 of them qualified the first the objective type math test. Up to 1600, about 150 were girls and the rest were boys. Again, we see that about 10%. Then their second paper was evaluated, the mathematical problem solving. And then after that, they make interview list on the basis of the performance in the second paper. And they typically call about 150 to 200 students for interview. I think they call about 150 students, and I found some 16 of them were girls. The rest were boys, again about 10%. Then they were interviewed, and I think 50 students were offered admission, 6 were girls, and 44 were boys. And of them, about 40 of them joined, some 10 of them because they have other options too. So about 36 of them joined. So 3 were girls and 33 were boys, or 4 were girls, 32 were boys. That's the data. Now from this data, I don't do any, I say that point of time, but intuitively, now can I say that the girls are weaker in mathematics than the boys? Certainly no. The whole problem lies in that application procedure to start with. The girls did not apply sufficiently. So the number of applicants were 10% were girls, and that trend continued at every stage. So from this, I can certainly not say, I'm not doing all the statistical analysis yet, I can certainly not say that the girls are weak in mathematics. They are equally good. Only thing, the problem is that the girls were not encouraged enough to go for mathematics, a career in mathematical science, or go and write the test for ISI. They are not encouraged. But whosoever encouraged, whosoever wrote, their performance and the boys' performance is pretty much the same, similar. So this entire process of looking into this data, I would say data analytics, data science, and finally, I reject my belief, which I grew up with from my childhood, that Mera Onke Kacha. I reject this belief. So this is my second story of my data analytics, and I had to do this quite a bit involved tough work. I'm not telling about mathematical part of it. We can establish the mathematical that this belief is rejected. So this is my second story. The third story, which is with data. This happened a few years back. I was visiting Tata Steel in Jamshedpur. So Tata Steel in Jamshedpur, they have got, I don't know if I visited Tata Steel in Jamshedpur, it's a huge steel city, steel industry, and they have probably 5 blast furnaces. So 5 units of manufacturing unit, and each unit has one blast furnace. What does the blast furnace do? From the iron ore, they output pure steel. So the input is basically iron ore, and the output is, and there are a lot of chemical procedures, processes which are followed in this entire process. So to me, the blast furnace is black box, but all I know that the input is iron ore, and then output is very good quality clean steel. And this run 24/7. The blast furnaces never stop. They go on working 24/7. And if the blast furnace stops for some mechanical, some production fault, the loss is enormous. If it stops for 1 minute, the loss goes into a few lakhs of rupees. So 6 lakhs of rupees is lost if the blast furnace stopped for 1 minute. So they wanted to do something on it. Can this loss be avoided? I was involved in this project with this Tata Steel as an advisor capacity. So what we are trying to understand, when I have to understand to understand domain correctly, I have to understand how this production process actually takes place. So I had to learn the entire metallurgical process of how this iron ore gets converted to pure steel. But there are many steps, and every step some chemical is added, some catalyst is added, the temperatures are recorded, the air pressure in which it works is recorded. So many parameters gets into this entire process. Okay, so I told, can I get number one? Can I get the data of all failures for all these 5 machines, say for about first 2 years, and each machine has altered at least 15-20 times in the last 2 years. So if I have got 5 machines, I have got a record of about 80 to 100 failures. And can I get a record of all the failures? So on which day, at what time it failed, and then the engineer statistician has got an outstanding set of engineers. They come immediately, start working, they fix it, and the production process starts. So how long did it take to fix the process? And what was their diagnosis? Means what went wrong that they had to fix? Okay, this talks about what I told about the attributes of this production process. Okay, there are many attributes that is affected in this production process, and I think they told me there are about 60 such. There are about 60 such attributes in this production process. So I told, okay, so I have now the data of all these 100 failures, and when they diagnosed why was the failure, that was the length of the failure and the diagnosis, the cause of the failure. They have mentioned that these attribute values were abnormally low or abnormal, low or high. So I told them, okay, now can I get the data on all these 60 attributes at every 10 minutes interval? They said it's possible to do. So what is the data I'm looking for? There are 60 attributes which is affecting this production process. A simple thing, something like the content of impurities in the ore. Okay, so this is one the temperature with which this ore is first treated, the chemical the amount of chemical added in that purification process. So there are such attributes, 60 attributes. So I wanted the data of all the 60 attributes every 10 minutes interval of time. They record it anyway. They didn't use it. So I wanted to get this time series of data, all these attributes, and I know that after some time this production process was halted. So there was a issue in some issue in this process. Something went wrong, and the production was halted. So I know that this happened. Now, on the basis of this, what we did, understand this data very carefully, then you know right now at this point of time, we have something called a logistic regression. So what it tells that if I'm trying to understand any process, depending on the background parameters or the attributes, what is the probability that I'll get a failure? So it's going to predict the probability of failure of a process. And the inputs are going to be the factors affecting this production process. So I told, let's try to fit a logistic model, logistic regression model on this failure data. And let's see how does it fit. It may fit or may not fit. Nothing is guaranteed here. In data science, nothing is guaranteed here. We just explore. And then we found that, well, this model fits very well. That means I could actually model my failure with high probability depending on the values of the background attributes. So now what is then what is my recommendation? What is my prescription then? So I say, okay, you are watching these parameters or the attributes every 10 minutes, and every 10 minutes you input, I fit this logistic regression model, and I input this 60 parameters, and I compute the probability of failure, say in 1 hour or in 2 hours. And if the probability of failure becomes more than half, I immediately call the engineers, and the production is on. But this model says if the probability more than half, this production process may get affected in next 2 hours. So they start working in parallel, understanding the scenario. Even the model also tells me what are the attributes that might affect this failure. Because I have done enough study with this failure data. So immediately they will get into all those attributes from this model and they'll try to fix it. And when they do this fixing of these parameters, the process is on. Production doesn't stop. So I told, okay, let's do this automated. Again, this also gets automated. So we designed an automated system there, collecting data of all the 60 attributes in every 10 minutes. And then this model is making a prediction that in 2 hours, what is the probability that the blast furnace may stop? And if it is more than half, you get alarmed, and immediately the engineering team is called. They try to find out, and also the model tells you if it fails, why it should fail, possibly for these attributes. Not all the 60 attributes are responsible for every failure. Maybe they'll point out that these 3-4 attributes are behaving very badly. And for this, it may fail in next 2 hours with a very high probability. Then immediately engineers will look into those attributes and try to fix that. Okay, and adopting that, okay, the failures have come down to almost zero. It still happens with the probabilistics. It's not that it's not 100% thing. It's probabilistic, but the number of failures or stopping of this blast furnace have become almost zero in this Jamshedpur lands with the 5 blast furnace. And this is what I say is actually a data science. Not these methods. Now, the problem with this one, I wanted to talk about this as a case study, but the Tata Steel would not allow me to go public with their data. And then they feel that the other steel industry may just copy these methods, and this has been their own indigenous thing. And this all the industry never like to share their actual data. So I had access to data, but I have no access to the data. I have access, but I have no access to tell the others this data. So I can present a case study, but you can understand that this kind of data analytic work actually helped the production process to a great extent. So this is my first story. Probably I'll tell. Hey, Joyanto, how long do I speak? 11:30 or 11:45? Joyanto, how long do I speak? 11:30?
বিমল দা আপনি বলুন, আমি আছি, আপনি বলে যান না, অসুবিধা নেই, তারপর আমি আছি।
So okay, I speak up to 11:45. Then you take it up from 11:45. Enough?
Okay, no problem.
Okay, so I can speak for another maybe 25-30 minutes. Okay, my next story comes with another the very life problem that we dealt with. This is one of my very favorite involvement. Counting tigers. Now, how do we count tigers? So I'm talking this some 20 years back, maybe year 2000 or 2001 or 2. The forest department approached us, and they wanted us our help to make this tiger counting much smoother and much easier. So they say, okay, now can you suggest us any good method of counting the tigers, or can you just improve our method? So again, as I say, we have to understand the domain correctly. So I told them that, okay, we have to understand the domain correctly. So I need to know how do you actually count. So we have to spend a few days in Canning Goshaba area to understand how do they actually count the tigers. And then only you can start. So that's my understanding of the domain. I tell you again and again, for doing any data science work, understanding domain is of utmost importance. So let me explain you how the tigers were counted as of that day. So this is a little joke that I cannot ask the tigers to stand in the line and then count the tigers. Tigers are not going to come up for me to count them. So you cannot. And then there is a saying in Sundarban, if you see the tiger, then we will not see you again. So it's out of question of seeing a tiger and then counting them. It's out of question. So how they were counted? Then I started understanding the behavior of the tigers. First thing I learned is that tigers are extremely lazy animal, very lazy. They do not like to work, they don't like to do anything, and they don't even like the sunlight too much. So all day deep inside the jungle, under the hetal tree গায়ের রংটা বাঘের গায়ের রঙের মতো, হেতাল ট্রির তলাতে চুপচাপ বসে ঝিম সারাদিন। খিদে না পেলে ওরা বেরোই না, খিদে পেলে ওরা রোদ্রের মধ্যে সাধারণ বেরোয় না, চেষ্টা রাত্রিবেলা বেরোতে। যখন খিদে পাবে তখন ওরা রাত্রিবেলা বেরোবে, বেরিয়ে একটা শিকার ধরবে, একটা হরিণ হোক, একটা বুনো শুয়োর হোক, একটা বাঁদর হোক, একটা খরগোশ হোক, বুনো যা জন্তু জানোয়ার আছে ওরা ধরবে, মারবে, মেরে ওটাকে খাবে। এবার খাওয়ার পর তো জল খেতে হবে, আমরা যেমন খাওয়ার পরে জল খাই, বাঘকে জল খেতে হবে, জল খেয়ে তো ওই খাড়িতে নামতে হবে। সুন্দর বেড়ালে দেখবে যে ছোট সরু 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 খাড়ি আছে, ওরা খাড়িতে জল খেতে হবে। তো সব বাঘকে খেতেই হবে, খেয়ে জল খেতেই হবে। এবার খাড়িতে যখন নামে তখন ওদের যে পায়ের যে ফুট স্টেপটা ওই ওখানে পড়ে যায়, এবার এই ফুট স্টেপটা থেকে যায় আর কি। ইনফ্যাক্ট আমি সুন্দরবনে যতবার গেছি, আমি গেছি 10-12 বার, একবারও বাঘ দেখিনি, কিন্তু প্রায় প্রতিবারই বাঘের পায়ের ছাপ দেখেছি। তোমরা হয়তো অনেক বাঘের পায়ের ছাপ দেখতে পাবো, ওই মাটিতে ওদের পায়ের ছাপটা পড়ে যায় যখন জল খেতে আসে। এবার বাঘের পায়ের ছাপ ওরা কালেক্ট করার চেষ্টা করে। বাঘের পায়ের ছাপ কালেক্ট করা মায়ের ডাকি। এবার আমার বুঝতে হবে যে বাঘ কিভাবে হাঁটে। বাঘ সবসময় যে ভাষাটা একটা যোগ বলেন, আমরা বাংলায় বলি বাঘে ছিল 18 ঘা। আমি না এই জিনিসটা মানে জীবনে বুঝতাম, বাঘে ছিল 18 ঘা, পুলিশে ছিল 36 ঘা। পরের টাইম বুঝতে পারি পুলিশে ছিল 36 ঘা, কিন্তু বাঘে 18 ঘায় মানেটা বুঝতাম। তখন আমি ফার্স্ট শিখলাম যে বাঘের আসলে সামনের দুটো পায়ে 5টা করে আঙুল, পেছনের দুটো পায়ে 4টে করে আঙুল। তাহলে ওর আঙুল হলো কটা? 5 + 5 + 4 + 4 18। সেই হচ্ছে বাঘের। বাঘ যদি তোমাকে একবার ধরে আর কি, তোমার 18খানা স্ক্র্যাচ গায়ে পাবে, ওই 18খানা পায়ের নখ থেকে তোমার গায়ে স্ক্র্যাচ পাওয়া যাবে। সেখানে বাঘে ছিল 18 খানা। বাঘ সাধারণত করে কি, পেছনের বাদিকের যে পাটা আছে সেইটাকে আগে টেনে সামনে ফেলে, তারপরে বডিটাকে টেনে আনে। ওইটা আগে ফেলে তারপরে বাকিটা টানে আর কি বডিটা। ওখানে সবচেয়ে বেশি প্রেশারটা পড়ে। পায়ের ছাপটা সবচেয়ে ভালো দেখা যায় যদি বাঘের পেছনের পায়ের ছাপটা। এবার ওরা জানে যে কোনটা বাঘের পেছনের পায়ের ছাপ, বন্ধ করে যায়। 1 নম্বর তো ওটা 4টে আঙুল হবে, 5টা আঙুল হবে না। আর হাঁটা দেখে ভাই ওটা কোনটা ডান পা কোনটা বাঁ পা। এবার ওরা যখন বাঘ শুমারি হয় বা বাঘ গোনা হয়, তখন ওরা এই নৌকো নিয়ে একটা দিন 15 ইন্টারভ্যালে সমস্ত খাড়ি অঞ্চলে ঘুরে বেড়ায়, ভিন্ন ভিন্ন দলে ভাগ। যেটা ভোরবেলা, কারণ বাঘ রাত্রিবেলা খায়, এবং ভোরবেলা সূর্য ওঠার আগে যদি দেখা যায় প্রায় 5-4 সাধারণত কম থাকে, যদি না এর মধ্যে জোয়ার টোয়ার জল দিয়ে না যায়, সেটা 15 ইন্টারভ্যালে পড়ে। বাঘ যখন বাইনোকুলার দিয়ে দেখতে দেখতে যাবে, একটা বাঘের পায়ের ছাপ দেখলেই থামবে, লঞ্চটা থামবে। আমি ওখানে প্লাস্টার অফ প্যারিস কাস্ট নেব, প্লাস্টার অফ প্যারিস ওখানে দেব, কত আধ মিনিটে জমে যায়, করে ওই কাজটা নিয়ে নেবে আর কি। এইভাবে ওরা এই কাজগুলো তৈরি করতে শুরু করে, এবং তারপরে বেশ 15 দিন ধরে ওদের প্রায় কয়েক হাজার এই পায়ের ছাপের প্লাস্টার অফ প্যারিস কাস্ট ওরা পায় আর কি। সেগুলো ওরা এবার করে রাখে। ক্যানিং ওদের ল্যাবরেটরি আছে। ল্যাবরেটরি মানে হচ্ছে একটা ফ্লোর, একদম মানে বালি দিয়ে পাতা আর কি, স্যান্ড বেড। সেখানে একটা প্লাস্টার অফ প্যারিস কাস্ট নিল, ওটাকে ওই বালির উপরে চেপে দেয় আর কি, চেপে দিয়ে কাজটা সরিয়ে দিল। তাহলে কি তৈরি হলো? বাঘের পায়ের ছাপটা কিন্তু আবার রিক্রিয়েট হয়ে গেল। প্লাস্টার অফ প্যারিস কাস্ট দিয়ে আমি বাঘের পায়ে ধরেছিলাম, ওইটা এনে আমি আবার বালির উপরে চেপে দিলাম, বালিতে একটা সে পায়ের ছাপটা আবার পড়লো, ওই পায়ের ছাপটা এখানে আবার রিক্রিয়েট হলো। এইবার যেটা করে একজন প্রফেশনাল আর্টিস্ট, রামসামনা যারা প্রফেশনাল আর্টিস্ট, তাদের দিয়ে প্রতিটি পায়ের ছাপের একটা ট্রেসিং পেপারে ছবি আঁকে। ওই একটা গোড়ালি আর 4টে আঙুল, আর ট্রেসিং পেপারে একজন প্রফেশনাল আর্টিস্ট পায়ের ছাপে ছবি আঁকে। তাহলে এই যে ট্রেসিং পেপার একটা রইলো, এই যে ট্রান্সপারেন্ট আর কি, এটা হচ্ছে একটা পায়ের ছাপ পাওয়া গেছে। ইহার প্রত্যেকটা প্লাস্টার অফ প্যারিস কাস্টের জন্য ওরা একই জিনিস করে, করার পরে আলটিমেটলি কয়েক হাজার এই ধরনের ট্রেসিং পেপার ট্রান্সপারেন্সিতে পায়ের ছাপের ছবি হবে। এইবার ওরা ফিজিক্যালি সুপার ইম্পোজ করে, ওদের এক্সপার্ট যাদের চোখের ভিশন বেশ ভালো, একটার পর একটা সুপার ইম্পোজ করে, চাপায়। একে দুটো মনে মিলে যাচ্ছে, যদি দুটো মিলে যায় তাহলে এটা একই বাঘের, আর যদি না মেলে তাহলে এটা হয়তো ডিফারেন্ট ভাগে একটু একটু মার্জিন এরার থাকবে, সেটা ওরা ভিজুয়ালি ওদের ইনটিউশন ইউজ করে যে কতটা আমি অ্যালাউ করি। ওদের ইনটিউশন যথেষ্ট ভালো। ওরা এবার একটার পর একটা চাপায় এবং করে আলটিমেটলি এইগুলোকে আমরা বলি ক্লাস্টার করা আর কি। যে বললো যে এই যে কুড়িটা পাওয়া গেল, এই কুড়িটা হচ্ছে একই বাঘের, আবার এই যে 15টা হলো এটা আবার অন্য একটা বাঘ, এই বাঘটা হচ্ছে এইটার থেকে আলাদা। এভাবে এই যে ট্রান্সপারেন্ট শিটগুলো পাওয়া গেল, ট্রেসিং পেপার পাওয়া গেল, সেগুলো করে ডিফারেন্ট বাক্সের মধ্যে ফেলে আর কি। এটা তো ভিজুয়ালি ওরা করে যাচ্ছে। যখন ভিজুয়াল কাজটা হয়ে গেল, অনেকগুলো বাক্স জেনারেট হয়েছে, যে কোনো দুটো বাক্সের মধ্যে যদি দুটো ছবি নেওয়া যায়, সুপার ইম্পোজ করলে মেলে না, আর একই বাক্সের মধ্যে যদি দুটো নেওয়া হয় তাহলে দুটো মোটামুটি মিলে যায়। এইটা করার পরে যতগুলো বাক্স, সেটাই হচ্ছে বাঘের সংখ্যা, একদম সাইন্টিফিক মেথড। এবার সেই সময় বাঘের সংখ্যা ছিল ওদের হিসেবে 254 জন, 254টা। বলে এই জিনিসটাকে আপনারা যদি একটু বেটার করতে পারেন। আমরা ফার্স্টে কি করলাম, পায়ের ছাপটা ইমেজ, ইনফ্যাক্ট আমাদের যিনি নেক্সট স্পিকার আমার কলিগ বিনাক পানি পাল, ইমেজ টিমে নিয়ে খুব ভালো কাজকর্ম করে, ওদের হেল্প নিয়ে আমরা ওটাকে ইমেজ হিসেবে নিলাম। ইমেজ নিলে ফিচার করা যায়, ইমেজের অনেক ধরনের ফিচার হয়। যেমন ধর একটা ফিচার মানেটাকে হয়তো যে গোয়ালিটার যে টোটাল যে এরিয়া, তারপর হচ্ছে হয়তো এক একটা আঙ্গুলের যে এরিয়া, একটা আঙ্গুলের যে সেন্ট্রয়েড থাকে, সেই সেন্ট্রয়েড থেকে দুটো আঙ্গুলের সেন্ট্রয়েডের মধ্যে ডিস্টেন্সটা কত, গোড়ালির সেন্ট্রয়েড থেকে একটা আঙ্গুলের সেন্ট্রয়েডের ডিস্টেন্স কত, তারপর হচ্ছে স্মলেস্ট রেক্টাঙ্গেল যেটার মধ্যে একটা আঙুল ঢুকে যাবে, স্মলেস্ট রেক্টাঙ্গেল যেটার মধ্যে পুরো পায়ের ছাপটা ঢুকে যাবে। এই ধরনের নানা ধরনের ওরা বলে ফিচার, একটা ছবি থেকে ওরা ফিচার এক্সট্রাক্ট করতে পারে। আমরা দেখলাম যে মোটামুটি 46খানা ফিচার যদি এক্সট্রাক্ট করা যায় একটা পায়ের ছাপ থেকে, তাহলে এটা লাইক এ সিগনেচার। সিগনেচার মানেটা কি, দুটো বাঘের মধ্যে এই 46টা ফিচারই এক হবে তার চান্স নেই, তার কোনো চান্স নেই। মানে একই বাঘ হলে 46টা ফিচার এক হবে, নাহলে কিন্তু আলাদা হবে আর কি। আমরা ভিজুয়াল রইলো না, আমরা ওটা ইমেজটাকে ফিচারে নিয়ে চলে এলাম, 46খানা ফিচার, তার মানে একটা পায়ের ছাপ মানে 46খানা ফিচার। এইগুলোর পরে আমরা ক্লাস্টারিং অ্যালগরিদম করি। এটা ওরা করছিল, মানে এটা আমরা ক্লাস্টারিং। ক্লাস্টার মানেটা কি, আমরা এই ডেটাগুলোকে ডিফারেন্ট ক্লাস্টারে ভাগ করা, মানে একটা ক্লাস্টারের মধ্যে এগুলো মোটামুটি একই ধরনের হবে, আমরা বলি উইদিন ভেরিয়েশন খুব কম হবে। আর দুখানা ডিফারেন্ট ক্লাস্টারের মধ্যে এদের ভেরিয়েশন অনেক বেশি হবে, যেমন বিটুইন ভেরিয়েশন এটা অনেক বেশি হবে। বিটুইন ভেরিয়েশনটা উইদিন ভেরিয়েশন অনেক বেশি হতে হবে, মানে দুটো আলাদা বাঘের পায়ের ছাপের মধ্যে যা ভেরিয়েবিলিটি থাকবে, একই বাঘের পায়ের ছাপের 10টা ছাপের মধ্যে ভেরিয়েবিলিটি থাকবে, নিশ্চয়ই এটা অনেক কম হতে হবে, না তো সিগনেচারই হয় না। তাহলে এটাকে বলা হয় ক্লাস্টারিং। ক্লাস্টারিং এর জন্য তোমরা দেখবে যে অজস্র টুল আছে, আমরা ওটা ক্লাস্টারিংটা লাগালাম, টুল লাগিয়ে দিলাম। আমরা কিন্তু মোটামুটি ওই একই রকম 250 কাছে এক নাম্বার কাজটা আমাদের এখানে শেষ হয়ে যেত। তখন আমাদের কিছু অ্যানালিটিক্যাল মাইন্ড বাকি ছিল। আমাদের একজন কলিগ বললো যে এটা কিন্তু আমার একটা সন্দেহ আছে, আপনি ভাবুন তো আমরা পায়ের ছাপ কিভাবে মাটিতে ফেলি, শুকনো মাটি হলে একভাবে পাটা ফেলি, খুব স্ল্যাশি হলে একভাবে পাটা ফেলি, মাছি হলে একজনের পাটা ফেলি আর কি। আমার পায়ের ছাপ কিন্তু ডিপেন্ডিং অন দ্য সয়েল কন্ডিশন একভাবে পাল্টে যায়, অনেকটাই পাল্টে যায়, ওই সুপার ইম্পোজ করলে মিলবে না। ধারণা ছিল যে আমার নিশ্চয়ই, যেহেতু মাটির কন্ডিশনটা আমরা স্টাডি করিনি, সয়েল কন্ডিশন এই এক একটা বাঘের কাছে অনেকবার ডাবল ট্রিপল কাউন্ট হচ্ছে। এবার আমরা একটা ক্লাস্টারিং করবো, যেখানে এটাও একটা প্যারামিটার থাকবে যে মাটির কন্ডিশনটা কেমন ছিল। আমরা আবার কিছু ডেটা কালেক্ট করলাম, যেখানে মাটির পায়ের ছাপটা, মাটির কন্ডিশনটা নেওয়া। ইমিডিয়েটলি আমাদের ক্লাস্টারিং অ্যালগরিদম যেটা কি দিল, বাঘ আছে 90টা, 75 থেকে 90টা। তার মানে ওই জিনিসটা আমরা মিস করে গেছিলাম। ওটা হচ্ছে আসল সায়েন্স, যে আমরা পা কি করে ফেলি, এটা হেভিলি ডিপেন্ড করে মাটির কন্ডিশনের উপর। এবং যেহেতু সেটা আমরা মিস করে গেছিলাম, ওটা ইনকর্পোরেট করে যখন ক্লাস্টারিং চালালাম, টুলটা ব্লাইন্ডলি চালালে হবে না, টুলটা ব্লাইন্ডলি চালিয়ে আমাদের 250 মধ্যে এসেছিল। এই একটা ইন্টেলিজেন্ট ওয়ে টুলটা চালালাম, এখানে মাটির কন্ডিশনটা ইজ ভেরি ইম্পর্টেন্ট। তখন দেখলাম যে অ্যাকচুয়ালি একটা পায়ের চেয়ে অনেকবার ডাবল ট্রিপল কাউন্ট হচ্ছে। হয়তো একটা বাঘ একদিন শুকনো মাটিতে ছাপড়ে গেছিল, একদিন খুব ভেজা মাটিতে ছাপড়ে গেছিল, পরে দাঁড়ালো 75 থেকে 90টা। আমরা রিপোর্ট দিলাম বন দপ্তরকে, বন দপ্তর খুব খেপে গেল। আমাদের এস্টিমেট 250, 254, আপনাদের বলছেন 75 থেকে 90, আপনাদের মেথড আমরা বিশ্বাস করি না। পরে আমাদের রিপোর্টরা রিজেক্ট করলো। তারপর নিউজ পেপারটা বড় লেখাও বেরিয়েছিল যে বন দপ্তর ISI মেথডোলজিকে অস্বীকার করেছে এবং রিজেক্ট করেছে। কি করা যাবে, ওরা যখন ওদের প্রবলেম ওরা নিয়ে নেবে, সলিউশন না নেবে, আমাদের তো মাথা ব্যথা নেই। কয়েক বছর বাদে, এটা হচ্ছে লাস্ট পার্ট অফ দ্য স্টোরি, ইজ এ জোক। বন দপ্তরের যে আধিকারিক ছিলেন তার সাথে আমি ফ্লাইটে দেখা, নতুন, আগের জন্য পাল্টে গেছে। ওনার সাথে গল্প করতে বললাম যে আচ্ছা, আমি তো একটা কাজ করেছিলাম। হ্যাঁ জানি, আপনারা ঠিকই করেছিলেন, আপনার ভুল করেননি, আমাদের 100টা বেশি বাঘ অবশ্যই নেই। এবং স্বীকার করলেন যে 100টা বেশি বাঘ নেই। এখন যদি আমরা দেখবে সুন্দরবনে লেখা থাকবে বাঘের সঙ্গে 103 ওই আমাদের মেথডটা ইন এ সেন্স ওরা ইউজ করতে শুরু করেছে, সেটাই যে মোটামুটি অ্যাকসেপ্টেবল সেটা ওরা মেনে নিয়েছে। ওদের তখন যেটা ভয় হয়েছিল, এই সুন্দরবন ব্যাঘ্র প্রকল্পে তো নানা জায়গা থেকে টাকা আসে, ইউনেস্কো থেকে, ওয়ার্ল্ড ওয়াইল্ড লাইফ ফাউন্ডেশন থেকে টাকা আসে, কারণ সেভাবে ওই ব্যাঘ্র প্রকল্পটা চলে। সেখানে টাকার পরিমাণ ডিপেন্ড করে নাম্বার অফ বাঘ, টাইগার টু প্রিজার্ভ। ওরা ভাবছিল যে বাঘের সংখ্যা যদি কমে যায়, ওদের ওই টাকার পরিমাণটাও কমে যাবে, তার বাজেটে কি হবে, সেই ভয়ে ওরা আমাদের রিপোর্ট রিজেক্ট করেছে। তারপর যেটা ওরা এস্টাবলিশ করতে পেরেছে, বাঘের সংখ্যা যদি কমে যায়, এক্সটেনশন থামানোর জন্য আমাদের আরো বেশি অ্যাকচুয়ালি খরচ করতে হবে। তো প্রিজার্ভিং দোজ ফিউ টাইগার্স ইজ মোর কস্টলি। সো ওইটা হওয়ার পরে মোটামুটি ওদের সাহায্যের ফ্লোটাও একই আছে, এবং ওরা মেনে নিয়েছে যে 6খানেকে বেশি বাঘ ওখানে নেই। এই হচ্ছে আমার 3 নম্বর গল্প অ্যাবাউট ডেটা সায়েন্স বা ডেটা অ্যানালিটিক্স। এই কি ডেটা আছে, এবার তার থেকে আমি কি করব। লাস্ট গল্পটা হচ্ছে এটাকে আমরা বলি ক্রাউড সোর্স ডেটা। এইসব ডেটা না আমরা কিন্তু নিজেরা ডেটাটা জেনারেট করেছি আর কি, নিজেরা ডেটা কালেক্ট করেছি। এখন যেমন ধরো তোমাদের এই ফেসবুক, লোকে নানা রকম কমেন্ট দেয়, হ্যাঁ, সেগুলো ক্রাউড সোর্স। মানে কি, আমি তো কোনো ডিজাইন থেকে সবাই ইচ্ছে করে, সবাই তো কমেন্ট দেয় না, তাহলে তার বেসিসে আমি কোনো ইনফারেন্স করতে পারি। ক্রাউড সোর্স ডেটা মানে লোকে ভলান্টারি যে ইনফরমেশন পুট করে আর কি, একদম ভলান্টারি, মানে আমি ইচ্ছে করলেও ডেটা পাবো না। এই নিয়ে একটা আমাদের কাজ হয়েছিল, ক্রাউড সোর্স ডেটা নিয়ে। অনেক অনেক পাইথন ব্যবহার করে, পাইথন খুব পপুলার সফটওয়্যার প্যাকেজ ডেটা অ্যানালিটিক্স এর জন্য, ডেটা সায়েন্সের জন্য। ওপেন ডোমেন ফ্রিতে পাওয়া যায়। এবার এটা বছর 5-6 আগের কথা, 7 বছর আগের কথা। পাইথনের একটা ভার্সন ছিল 2.6, তারপরে ওরা 2.7 ভার্সনটা এনেছিল আর কি। এনে ওরা বলেছিল যে ভার্সন 2.7 is more reliable than version 2.6. এই জিনিসটা আমাকে বলা হচ্ছে, is more reliable than version 2.6. দেখলাম যে এটা more user friendly বটে, রিলায়েবল কেন তো বলা খুব মানে এত সহজে বলা যায় না। আমরা কি করে জানবো যে ভার্সন 2.7 যেটা পাইথন ক্লেম করছে is more reliable than 2.6, এটা আমরা কি করে অ্যাসার্ট করবো বা রিজেক্ট করবো, এটা কি ডেটা আছে ওখানে। যে কি কি ধরনের ডেটা ওখানে পাওয়া যায়। ডেটাটা কি, আবার তুমি যখন পাইথন ইউজ করো দেখবে যে ওদের একটা ওয়েবসাইট আছে বাগজিলা বলে, বাগজিলা। তুমি পাইথন ইউজ করছো, তুমি কোনো প্রবলেম হলো, তাহলে তুমি একটা তোমার প্রবলেমটা ওই বাগজিলা ওয়েবসাইটে তুমি আপলোড করতে পারো। ওদের সফটওয়্যার ইঞ্জিনিয়ার আছে, ওরা কিন্তু সেই প্রবলেমটাকে দেখবে, দেখে একটা সলিউশন করে দেবে আর কি। মোস্টলি এগুলো মানে কোনো প্রবলেম নয় যে ইউজারের মানে প্রবলেম ইউজ করতে পারেনি, মাঝে মাঝে প্রবলেম থাকে। ওরা সেই পুরো হিস্ট্রি মেনটেন করে যে মানে কখন একটা রিপোর্ট হয়েছিল প্রবলেম, এবং এই রিপোর্টের পরে ওরা যখন দেখলো, ক্যাজুয়াল হলে ওরা রেকর্ড রাখবে না। যদি সত্যি দেখে প্রবলেম ছিল, প্রবলেম দুটোটাই, একটা হচ্ছে ক্যাজুয়াল প্রবলেম আর একটা হচ্ছে সিরিয়াস প্রবলেম, তো ওরা একটা রেকর্ড রাখবে। 2.7 তখন অলরেডি 1-1.5 বছর চলে এসছে। আমি দেখলাম, আমি লাস্ট 1-1.5 বছর 2 বছরে দেখি এরকম 1003 প্রবলেম মেনশন করা আছে ফর পাইথন 2.6, আর 1218 মতো বোধহয় প্রবলেম মেনশন করা আছে এবং পাইথন 2.7। তার মানে এটা কিভাবে ডেটা আছে, অমুক ডেটে একটা পার্টিকুলার ডেটে একটা বাগ রিপোর্ট হয়েছিল, একটা প্রবলেম, সেটা হচ্ছে সিরিয়াস। তারপরে আবার অমুক ডেটে অমুক অমুক সময় আরেকটা রিপোর্ট হয়েছিল, এটা আবার সিরিয়াস। তারপরে ক্যাজুয়াল 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 সিরিয়াস সিরিয়াস। এটা একটা টাইম সিরিজ ডেটা, আমি একটা টাইম ফ্রেম ভাবি আর কি। লাস্ট 2 বছরে এখানে সিরিয়াস হলো, তারপরে হয়তো ক্যাজুয়াল ক্যাজুয়াল ক্যাজুয়াল, আবার সিরিয়াস সিরিয়াস ক্যাজুয়াল ক্যাজুয়াল ক্যাজুয়াল। আমি একটা লাইনে এই ডেটা ফেলতে পারছি টাইম সিরিজ ডেটা, কিভাবে এই প্রবলেম রিপোর্ট হয়েছে সিরিয়াস বা ক্যাজুয়াল। আমি সেরকম 2.7 এর জন্য এই ডেটাটা আমার কাছে আছে। বাট এটা থেকে আমি কি করে বলবো যে 2.7 মোর রিলায়েবল দ্যান 2.6? তখন আমার একটা ছাত্র ছিল, এখন তো বস হয়ে গেছে, আর&ডি চাকরি করে। আমি ছেলে বিজনেস বিজনেস আমার পিএইচডি করছিল। বিজনেস বললো যে বিমল দা, আই হ্যাভ এন আইডিয়া। আইডিয়াটাই বল, দিস ইজ অ্যাকচুয়ালি দ্য অ্যানালিটিক মাইন্ড। বলে ধরুন একটা রিলায়েবল মার্কেট, আমার কি ডেটা কি আছে, ক্লাউড সোর্স, আমার কোনো কন্ট্রোল নেই, লোকে যা ডেটা পুট করেছে। সিরিয়াস, দুটো সিরিয়াসের মধ্যে কটা ক্যাজুয়াল ঢুকে আছে, সিরিয়াস রিপোর্ট হচ্ছে আর দুটো সিরিয়াস রিপোর্টের মধ্যে কতগুলো ক্যাজুয়াল রিপোর্ট আছে। এবার যদি একটা ভার্সনে দুটো সিরিয়াসের মধ্যে, আমি ধরো বলছি আমার এই ভার্সনে দুটো সিরিয়াসের মধ্যে অন অ্যাভারেজ 15টা করে ক্যাজুয়াল আছে, অন্যটায় দুটো সিরিয়াসের মধ্যে 6টা করে ক্যাজুয়াল আছে, তাহলে কোনটাকে মোর রিলায়েবল করবো? ও হচ্ছে যেটায় দুটো সিরিয়াসের মধ্যে মোর ক্যাজুয়াল প্রবলেম আছে, সেটা মোর রিলায়েবল। মানে সিরিয়াস প্রবলেমটা শুড নট অকার টু ফ্রিকুয়েন্টলি, অনেক পরে পরে যদি অকার করে আর কি। তো বললো যে আমি যেটা স্টাডি করব যে the occurrence of casual problems between any two consecutive serious problems, এই অকারেন্সটাকে আমি মডেল করবো। দেখি যে এই অকারেন্সের সংখ্যা যদি মডেল করি, যে যেটা একটা যদি যেটা বেশি হবে আর কি অ্যাজ এ মডেল, সেটা হচ্ছে মোর রিলায়েবল দেন দ্য আদার। যে হচ্ছে কনসেপ্ট। তারপর এখানে অনেক অঙ্ক আছে, ইন্টিগ্রেশন আছে, অনেক কিছু আছে আর কি। কিন্তু বাই এন্ড লার্জ ও দেখালো যে পাইথন 2.7 আর পাইথন 2.6 এদের মধ্যে অ্যাকচুয়ালি কোনো তফাৎ নেই, একই রকম। আমার ছিল বলে সাম 14.2, একজনের 14.2, একজনের 14.8। কারণ দুটো সিরিয়াস প্রবলেমের মধ্যে এই রাফলি 14টা করে ক্যাজুয়াল প্রবলেম আসছে, সেটা দুজনের জন্য হচ্ছে 14.2 14.8 এর মধ্যে কোনো তফাৎ নেই। আমি ডিস্ট্রিবিউশন ধরি তত ডিস্ট্রিবিউশন প্রায় একই রকম, যে ছবি আঁকি প্লট প্লট করে দেখো একই রকম। তাহলে আমাদের ইনফারেন্স হলো যে এই দুটো একই রকম রিলায়েবল। ওরা যে ক্লেম করলো 2.7 মোর রিলায়েবল, সেটা কিন্তু ঠিক নয়। এটাকে আমি বলি অ্যানালিসিস ক্রাউড সোর্স ডেটা। এই ক্রাউড সোর্স ডেটা অ্যানালিসিস নিয়ে একটা চ্যালেঞ্জ আছে। এখন ডেটা সায়েন্সের যে মেইন যে প্রবলেম গুলো লোকে ফেস করছে, সবই কিন্তু ক্রাউড সোর্স ডেটা। আমি ডেটা ডিজাইন করে জেনারেট করতে পারি না। আমি আমার স্ত্রীর যে গল্পটা বললাম যে মেয়ের অঙ্কে কাঁচা, আমি কিন্তু ডিজাইন করে আমি ডেটা ডেটা আমার কন্ট্রোল ছিল আর কি। বাকির বেলা তো আমার ডেটা আমার কন্ট্রোল ছিল, কোন ডেটা আমি নিচ্ছি। কিন্তু যে পাইথনের ভার্সনের জন্য আমার কোনো কন্ট্রোল নেই ডেটা। যা লোকে দয়া করে দিয়েছে, অনেকে তো বাগ পেলে রিপোর্টও করে না। আমি হয়তো পাইথন করতে করতে বাগ পেলাম, এর পাশে বন্ধুগুলাই থাকতে ঠিক করে দাও, ঠিক করে দিল, আমি তো ওখানে রিপোর্ট করলাম, জানলোই না। এই যে ক্রাউড সোর্স ডেটা, সেটা অ্যানালাইসিস করা হচ্ছে এখন মানে আমাদের ডেটা সায়েন্সের আটমোস্ট প্রবলেম। তো আমরা এখন যেটা কাজ করছি, ট্রাইং টু ডেভেলপ মেথোডোলজিস টু হ্যান্ডেল ক্রাউড সোর্স ডেটা। সেখান থেকে আমরা কি মিনিং বার করে আনতে পারি, কি ইনফারেন্স করতে পারি, কি ভ্যালিডেট করতে পারি। ওকে, এখানেই থাক। যেটা হচ্ছে এখানে তো কোশ্চেন অ্যান্সার তো ঠিক স্কোপ নেই। যেটা আমি জয়ন্তকে বলেছিলাম, আমার ইমেল অ্যাড্রেসটা তোমাদের সবার সাথে শেয়ার করতে পারে। তোমাদের যদি কোনো কোশ্চেন থাকে আমাকে একটা ইমেল করো, আমি 24 ঘন্টার মধ্যে উত্তর দিই, শিওর। ইমেলটা জয়ন্ত ওদের সাথে শেয়ার করে ফেলো। না, ওভার টু জয়ন্ত।
Thank you, Professor Rai, for your insightful address in this session, and be highly enriched by this profoundness of your deliberation. Thank you, sir. Well, our next session is on data mining. This session will be delivered by Professor Pinakpani Pal of Indian Statistical Institute. Professor Pal is also associated as expert and advisors of many government institutions and IT companies like Reserve Bank of India, National Survey Organization, West Bengal Infrastructure Development Corporation, Data Consultancy Service, etc., etc. Now we are eager to hear him on data mining. Professor Pal.
I'll be showing some PPT in my lecture, so because there is no blackboard, so I need to share my screen. Okay, everybody, the first lecture, you heard nice stories on data sciences, but now I have to explain some theory. So actually the best thing was blackboard. Due to this situation, blackboard class is not possible, so I am forced to go for the slides. But it will be an interactive session. I'll ask questions and I'll expect answers. And if I get answers, then only I can proceed. Okay. So I'll give a very brief interactive lecture on data mining, so that if you people get interest, you can study more, learn more. If you are not, then it's okay, fine. You will be knowing this much. So what I'll be touching is what data mining is and who are working, which community are interested in this mining process, how it evolves and different stages, its basic activities, and basically how to start mining in a very basic existing old algorithms. And if you people are interested, there are nice many things, and it's very difficult to cover everything in a very small time. So those who are interested, can copy the name of these books for their further study, because this will give a very brief introduction on data mining. So what is it? It is basically to find interesting trends or patterns in a large data set. Now, means interesting pattern, what does it mean? That is one question. And since it is a large data set, uh, there will be naturally some associated problem. It may be incomplete, it may be heterogeneous, because large data set always deals with historical problem, historical data. So these are the associated problems. And if the data volume is large, now you know big data and these type of terms, but it's not in that way, but the data volume is quite large. So efficiency and scalability are very two important criteria for data mining. And ideally, a data mining tool, there should be minimal user intervention. So people will try to extract that interesting pattern as much as automatically possible. And since this pattern help in decision making, so sometimes data mining is called decision support system previously, but now suddenly this data mining topic name of this data mining has become interesting so and popular. So now we refer everything as data mining instead of decision support system or knowledge support system. So what are the communities that are interested in data mining? I don't know whether you know or not. The statisticians started it. So it requires a solid theory or algorithm. So statistics helps that. It provides the background of the algorithms. AI community provides the heuristic machine learning type of thing. And since the data volume is large, we need definitely database, a proper database to handle it. So statisticians were the first to use this term, not the computer science people, because of that most probably there is a theoretical foundation of it, and the extraction of information that was not supported by the data. This line will be clear as we proceed. So construction of statistical model for this community is an interesting thing to do. Second comes the machine learning community. So since interesting pattern, if we know exactly, so it will be easier for us to detect. But since the volume is large, most probably it is difficult in what actually we are looking at. So that's one thing. Practical data analysis techniques are required. And then machine learning deals with training an algorithm to find an undefined goal or these things. And to manage the volume of the data, we need a power database management technique where we can have queries on large amount of data. And it should be fast enough because we are doing the query, it takes huge amount of time, and whenever we get the answer, the requirement is gone. That should not happen. So we mine knowledge from large amount of data for the following things: characterization, discrimination, association, classification or prediction, clustering, outlier analysis, and many other data mining tasks. Some of these terms, you must be having. Means you heard this in the first lecture. The evaluation. So it starts with data collection. Until unless we have enough data, we cannot do data mining. And to store the data properly, we need a database and its related management. So data storage, retrieval, transaction processing, whatever is available, we should use this. Maybe data warehouse for the advanced analysis. So there are various stages. To start with, we need data collection. So either we crawl the web and collect data, or we get the data from data warehouse. Then we need pre-processing and feature extraction. As you heard in the previous lectures also, that you may have data, but to work with them, we require features. So that is an important step. And in addition of features, since there will be a huge volume of data which may not be coming from the same source, so we need data cleaning and integration. These two steps are important. Then we cannot run efficient algorithm with a huge volume of data. So somehow feature extraction, after cleaning and after feature extraction, we need data selection, and we will try to reduce the volume of the data. It may be instead of taking the actual value, we can take the range or any other intelligent way where the volume of data can be reduced. And then transformation for better calculation, normalization, aggregation, or whatever things are there. Then it comes the most important part, that pattern extraction and evaluation. So we need to extract interesting pattern through this mining. And if the volume of data is large, to understand whatever we have mined, we need a solid visualization tool. So data visualization is also important in data mining process. And end of the day, whatever you evaluate, whether it's useful or not, someone has to decide. So the data mining components will be an information repository, a data server, knowledge base, pattern extraction, pattern evaluation. These are important. So in the repository, we require to store the data, and sorting, retrieval of data should be efficient. So we need a data server. Someone has to define the hierarchy, the constraints of the data that we are dealing, and the threshold, because we cannot have too many of interesting patterns. So someone also has to define the threshold and some metadata. Pattern extraction, definitely it requires the actual work. So classification, prediction, or various statistical analysis we have to go through. So the data mining primitives. Data mining primitives, the one is that identification of attributes of relevant to a specific problem data. So suppose I have huge data. Depending upon my requirement, my attributes, problem definition, my attributes may change from the same source of data. Then we need to identify the knowledge to be mined. Association, discrimination, classification, there are various methods. So we have to identify which to use, or maybe if it doesn't give proper result with the standard algorithms, we have to tune the algorithms according to the requirement. Accumulation of background knowledge is important, and then definitely pattern interestingness measurement. We have to define some measurement. Otherwise, how can we say that these are interesting and these patterns are not so interesting? Patterns are basically two types: descriptive patterns and predictive patterns. So patterns can be at various granularity depending upon what the user actually wants to dig, and depending upon requirement, multiple kind of pattern to accommodate different user expectation or application may be required. So we are going to dig interesting patterns. So which patterns shall we call interesting? Which patterns we shouldn't call interesting? So we need a measure. Somehow we need a measure, and then maybe we need a threshold to say that above this threshold they are interesting, below this threshold they are not. So in data mining, initially there are various terms defined: support, confidence. But if these measures are simple and reliable, then algorithm may be fast. If it is complex, then implementation may be a question, because the volume of data is huge in this case. We should remember that. Data cleaning. In the pre-processing step, data cleaning definitely is a very important step. So why do we require data cleaning? Any idea? Anyone have any idea about why do we require data cleaning? If you know, please unmute your mic and let me know. Yes, anyone?
No, sir.
What is the source of data? Yes, please. Anyone wants to say something? What is the source of your data? Suppose I mentioned the source may be heterogeneous or historical. Then do we require a data cleaning? Yes, please. To solve redundancy. Redundancy, okay, to some extent, but that's not exactly what cleaning means. Yes, one way it is definitely because if it is duplicate data, or yes, we can clean them out. That's one step. Anything else that is required? Data cleaning? Remove errors from data. Okay, fine. So what do you mean by what type of errors you are thinking that it may be in the data? Segregation on basis of early similarities. Uh, Cleaning doesn't have much work on similarities. See, means historical data, maybe we can say, suppose this is a store, huge store, which exists for 50 to 60 years, and they are computerized. So over this year, definitely the hardware, the software, the operating system has changed, right? So every time it changes, there may be a new database, there may be a new structure, there may be new program to manage data and the shop efficiently. So most probably the format may not be same, and means the price of hardware becomes cheaper, so memory becomes more available. So initially, maybe for a customer, since memory was limited, we were able to include less number of fields, and nowadays whenever you fill forms there will be more fields. And if you are working with the historical data, sometimes some fields may be missing for various reasons, right? Maybe some date might be missing for whatever reason. So we need to identify these errors, and we need to either clean them. Means we need to either fill them using some statistical methods or whatever. So cleaning is a real tough job, and we definitely need to work with an uniform thing. So that is important. Sometimes there will be error, means the value of that data somehow is out of range for whatever reason. So those things also we need to check.
Dr. Pal, may
Yes.
I interrupt you for 1 minute?
Yeah,
May
sure.
two things I want to say. Actually, huge noise is coming from your phone. Probably uh, some automobiles, cars are passing by. The sound is coming, and it creates some disturbance, more noises actually. Is there any window or kind of thing, or this is one thing, and another appeal to the students to please reply. You are knowing the new subject, it's all right, but whenever Professor Pal is asking, so you just answer whatever you like. Maybe right, maybe wrong. Do participate and still whatever maybe the consequences, and you see the whether your thinking is right or wrong. Please participate. Enjoy. Thank you. Over to Professor Pal.
Yes. So yes, I think Ankita Shah has written, suppose an of a man is 20, but in his CV is written uh, some different age. True. But with the historical data, how can you understand that man's age is 20? So main important thing is the data may be incomplete, number one. So that means some fields are missing. So we need some methods to fill them up. Some logical methods, not random methods. Then noisy is one thing, that there are some errors. So we have to remove that out of bound range or whatever, inconsistent. So these things may come because we have different versions of program, and in many programs, maybe this range checking were not tested or whatever. So we need to smooth out noise, fill the missing values, and correct inconsistencies. After that, integration and transformation. So this is important because after integration and transformation, the volume of data may reduce, and which is very important for processing. So means attribute values converted from absolute value to ranges may reduce the volume. We'll see in examples in future. So data reduction is very important, because if the volume of data is huge, whenever we will try to discuss the fast algorithm, we will understand that volume of data becomes very important to run the algorithm, or means how fast we can run. So means it's very important how to reduce the volume. Okay. Uh, let's give a practical example. Suppose we are doing mining, maybe you all are aware with online examination, I hope. where MCQ types of questions are given, and you have to answer them online. And whenever you clear answer, you can scroll to the next question, or even without answering, we can scroll to the next question. And at the end of the examination, whatever you have answered and whatever you have left open, you can submit it, right? So we assume we have data of such online, say, admission test or job test, which is all India basis. And if it is a huge, means unfortunately we don't have those many computer or online online exam centers. These examinations are held in batches. Maybe in one day there will be 3 batches, or it may also go from single day to split over many days. So every batches will have a separate set of questions, right? Now, if somebody, it's out of data mining, but if somebody wants to analyze whether the set of questions in each batch is of similar strength, fine. How, means what should be their approach? Because whenever there is an examination, there will be n number of questions, say 10 questions, and then the answers for each student will be maybe question number 1, the option is A, question number 2, the option is B, and so on. So your data volume is huge, and you want to understand whether the toughness of question in each batch is similar, fine. So maybe the whole data set will be of 300, 400 or 500 GB. Now, if you try to analyze this whole set of data, it's a real difficult task. So what are you going to do? Because you have name, roll number, then that which batch this question appears. You have a separate question sheet, and for each question, each candidate has a set of answers, or he hasn't answered that thing. This is the whole string, and there will be huge number of people who appeared for the examination. So if you want to analyze these things, the volume of data, maybe total data is around 500 GB. So you will take the whole data and analyze, or you are going to do some pre-processing and something which will reduce data. What you are going to do? Yes, please. Anyone? Okay, let's move forward, and then I'll come to this point again. So mining activities, there are various mining activities. I'll just start discussing the initial most popular one, because it's not possible to cover everything within a very small time. So rule discovery, searching sequential patterns. These are related with market basket analysis, then data classification, data clustering. So we'll be discussing on association rule. So how we discover association rule. So to identify the features in a problem domain that tends to appear together. You go to a big shop like Spencer type of things, or Big Bazaar, where all the items are there on the floor, arranged in different racks, and you buy them. You go to the counter, you have that complete bill, and then you take your things, pay the amount, and come back. Now the shop owner must be interested. Is there any association between the items that you have bought? If you think, most probably if somebody buys bread, there is a chance that he will buy butter. If somebody buys milk, there is a chance that he may buy cornflakes. So these are known things. But is there any unknown things where from this data we can discover it? Okay. So this is basically that discovery of association rules. The process is to find the set of all subsets of the item or attributes that frequently occur in many database records or transactions. That means frequently occurs in many people's buying habit. Additionally, to accept rules on how a subset of items influences the presence of another subset. So there are various ways: frequent pattern mapping, sequential pattern. We can use graphs, how to find frequential patterns, how to mine association rules in multi-level or multi-dimensional spaces, and many other complex things. But we will concentrate on first on the very simple thing. Then if you are interested, you may refer to the books whose name I have given in my second slide. You can study further. So this is the most prominent, and in data mining, this is most probably the first one people discuss, that is the market basket analysis. And I already said that to study consumers purchase pattern in any departmental stores. Fine. So you know, you go and buy something, so in your bill there will be all the item names that you have purchased, and quantity is not very important, price is not very important for that market basket analysis. But in the data that the departmental stores, many things will be written. Fine. So here the feature will be what? Because in a bill, what is there? A customer ID, or if he has a special card, means given by that particular shop, then through that card you can get customer ID. If the customer pays with same credit card again and again, you can recheck that same customer. Otherwise, a customer will have a new ID. Even the same customer in 2 different days, if he pays by cash, most probably will get different ID. Apart from that, it will get that item name, item code, its unit price, quantity, any discount given or not, this type of information. Fine. But for market basket data analysis, we are interested only on the item purchased by a customer in one visit, irrespective of the quantity of each item purchased. So what will be my feature for this market basket analysis from the data that the POS of the departmental stores keep? Yes, please. Anyone?
যা মনে হয় বলো না, কেউ রিপ্লাই করো। হ্যাঁ, যার যেরকম মনে হয়। আরে হেজিটেট করার কিছু নেই, একটু রিপ্লাই করো। ঠিক আছে, ভুল ঠিক যা হবার হবে।
Okay, so for association rule, we define the rule as this. There is an left hand side of the rule, there is an right hand side the rule. Fine. So the rule is a transaction that contains A tend to contain B as well. That means if someone buys an item A, there is a high probability that he is also going to buy the item B. This is it. So from that POS data, since we are only interested in each item purchase, so it will be looking like something that transaction 1, somebody bought pen, ink, diary and so. Transaction 2, somebody bought pen, ink, diary only. In third transaction, someone bought pen and diary. In fourth transaction, pen, ink and so. And in the fifth transaction, he bought only soap, right? So for n items, there will be 2 to the power n minus n minus 1 possible relationship between these existing items. Okay. Now, can you find such rule from this small data? See the data, try to understand what we are trying to look, this association rule, that the transaction that contains A tend to contain B as well. This is a very simple, unrealistic transaction. Since we are not interested about the buyer, since we are not interested about the quantity, so definitely we require only the items. Shayak Rai, which one shall I repeat? Shayak Rai, which one shall I repeat? Can you clarify? I'll repeat.
প্রফেসর রায়, ওই এটা কি নয়েজটা কি একটু ইয়ে করা যায় কোনোভাবে? ওই শব্দটা খুব আসছে আর কি।
আমার বাড়িটা তো বিবেকানন্দ রোডের উপরে, ফলে সব জানলা বন্ধ করেও এর থেকে কমানো যাবে না।
ও আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, হ্যাঁ ওটা এই নয়েজটা খুব আপনার কথাকে খুব ইয়ে করছে, ডিস্টার্ব করছে। ঠিক আছে, চলুক তাহলে, আর কি করা যাবে।
Sir, please repeat the previous question which you asked. I want to know that.
Okay.
I missed the point.
So, for a market basket analysis, okay, we are only interested in the items purchased by a customer in one visit, irrespective to the quantity of each item purchased. And definitely, since we are not interested about the quantity, we are not interested about the price also. Now, in a POS, you understand what a POS is. It's that billing system. They purchase the item, they go to that billing thing, people enter whatever item, enter or scan whatever item they purchase, and the bill is generated. Fine. So whatever bill is generated, that is definitely stored in the hard disk or in some database of that particular organization. So that is my data. So if I consider all the POS of that organization, means say suppose it's Spencer or Big Bazaar or whatever shop it is there, it has many branches, so there must be a central database, and from every POS these data are stored. These data are stored in their database. So it's a huge volume of data. For market basket analysis, which data are we interested? That was the question, first question. Is it clear, Shayak?
Which data?
You understand what, at least minimum, what type of data is stored in their database?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, for market basket analysis, what type of data shall we extract from that pool of data? Because there will be a billing date, billing time, a customer number or identification, then that POS number, which branch that POS is associated, then the items that has been purchased, associated free items, whatever. Many things will be there.
Yes.
For market basket analysis, which is a part of data mining, from this whole set of data means for each customer there are many type of data associated. Which one will be, or which type of data we need to extract for market basket analysis? Clear?
Yes, sir. Sir, the quality of the product?
No, we are not dealing with the quality of the product. We are only interested in the see. Our aim is what? Our aim is to find some association rule where a transaction that contains item A tend to contain item B as well. That means if somebody, for very simple, that if somebody buys bread, there is a high probability that he is going to buy butter. If somebody buys cold drinks, there is a high probability that he is going to buy chips, right?
Yes,
It's
sir.
not that if somebody buys very good quality of bread or n number of quantity of bread, he is going to buy butter. Quality, quantity is not important. That item is important. In market basket, we are only interested if we buy an item A, there is a high probability that the customer will buy item B. Where is the profit? Now, if item A and item B are at the two corner of the shop, then most probably if somebody is in hurry because he couldn't find item B, he'll buy item A and go. So that's a loss. So whenever a shop understands that if someone buys item A, he is going to, high probability he is going to buy item B, he will try to keep them side by side so that the sale of item B will increase. Clear?
Yes, sir.
So from the data, what do we need to extract for this market basket analysis, getting this association rule? We require only the items. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
So I reduce the problem because if the whole data is written, it will be most probably unreadable and most probably I cannot keep it in a single slide. So I reduce it. Suppose I have 5 items. In first transaction, somebody buys all the 5 items. In second transaction, somebody buys 3 items. In the third, 2 items. In the fourth, 3 items. In the fifth, 1 item. Now, among these transactions, remember, the same person may be responsible for more than one transaction or not. That is not important. That means buyer is not important. The transaction is important. Means the items in a single transaction is important. That should be clear for everyone. That means if I go buy 10 items, then come out of the shop, then I think, oh, I forgot 2 more items. I enter the shop, I go and buy those 2 items, have a separate bill. Then even I have bought for whatever reason, these 2 transactions will be taken as separate transactions. This should be clear. Who is buying is not important for market basket analysis. Okay. Now imagine, means this is only 5 transactions where we are dealing with 5 items. Fine. In a departmental stores, there will be few thousand items, and maybe per second there will be 100 or more than 100 transactions. So you can imagine the volume of data. Now tell me one thing. From these simple 5 transactions, can anyone detect any possible rule? Can anyone identify A and B from this set of transactions? Say we consider ink, pen. If somebody buys pen, there is a possibility that he may buy ink. If somebody buys pen, there is a possibility that he may buy diary. If somebody buys pen, there is a possibility that he may buy soap. Fine. So with pen, there are possibilities that he may buy 3 different items. Now, among these 3 different items, is there any item which is more frequent than the others? This is a very small one, so everyone can identify. Someone has to speak up. Yes, pen and ink. Very good. Right? So you can identify because the set of data is small, number of transactions are small, and the items are very small. Fine. Now imagine in that particular shop there are 10,000 items and the whole data set has few crores of data. Is it possible to identify? Definitely it is difficult to identify. So we need some algorithm or some rule through which if we process the data, it can be identifiable. Is that clear? Now, next problem is, here the items are string, right? Fine. Now there are 5 items or 4 items or something. I have said 10,000 items. Okay, let's consider what now I consider I have only 4 items. Now, how will I represent this data so that I can process them? Because representing in a string format is very difficult. Agreed? Yes, okay. So, how can I represent this data in a better form so that I can process it easier? My algorithm can read, write, process on it. Then we'll discuss the algorithm. So if I write pen, pencil, etc. So processing string, comparing string, finding string is a difficult task, right? So what is the next alternative? Instead of string, what shall we put? Anyone? Because see, we are going to ask the computer that you have to read whatever item are there in each transaction and then check which A and B are very frequent in this transaction, right? Serial number of the product. Okay, fine. So suppose the serial number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So yes, so this will be transaction will be 1, 2, 3, 4. This will be 1, 2, 3. This will be 1, 3. This will be 1, 2, 4 and 4, right? And then we need comparison. Okay. So that means for each item, if it is a product ID, most probably the type of that item should be of integer or long integer depending upon the size of that store. Fine. Still then the processing will be huge. So there is a better way of doing it. I didn't discover it. It was done by many people earlier. And what they do? Can you understand? Can anybody explain? What did they do? You all can see this slide. Now this transaction written on the left hand side has been mapped to the transaction on the right hand side. Can anyone explain how they did it? Okay. The thing is, these are the items. So if there are n items, there will be n columns. Each transaction is a row. Fine. So if there are n items in the shop, there will be n columns, and a transaction will represent a row, and this row will contain 1 if that particular transaction contains that item, and if it doesn't, it will contain 0. So the first transaction contains all the 4 items, so it has 4 ones. The second transaction contains 3 items, so it has 3 ones and 1 0, because soap was absent in the second transaction. The third transaction, there are 2 items, the first item and the third item. So second and fourth is 0. The fourth transaction has 3 items, so 3 ones, diary is missing, and the fifth transaction has only the fifth item, rest of it is 0. This representation is clear? Yeah, it's a binary type of thing, so definitely we can squeeze the data, right? Instead of having 4 into size of n,
Sir, it is a kind of Boolean algebra.
it's a kind of binary representation. Boolean algebra, yes, if we do operations, it's a Boolean algebra. Okay?
Okay, sir.
So definitely it takes less amount of memory if with comparison of product ID, and much less if we compare with that string representation, right? Now this is a representation. So from the huge pool of data, we'll have a transaction. We have to build this transaction using some algorithm where each row will represent with ones and zeros depending upon the items that is present in that transaction or absent in that transaction. So this is my transaction data, final, the right hand side. Now association rule is purchase of a pen implies purchase of a ink, which you could definitely find it from the data because the size was small, that means number of transactions was small and the number of items were less. But if it is more, it was very difficult to find visually, so we need some algorithm. So before going to algorithm, I said in previous slide there will be some measure of interestingness. So initial stage, people had given 2 measures. One is support, one is confidence. So the formula is given here. Fine. So association rule support is P A union B, and confidence is support A union B divided by support A. Because means A implies B doesn't mean that B implies A. We'll see it later. So what we need to say means algorithm will do. First step, it will find all the frequent item set. So what is meant by frequent item set? So we have defined support, and then based on some experience, we have to define a threshold minimum support. This one. Fine. So we have to find all frequent item set which is above this minimum support. Then strong association rule from this frequent item set. Now we accept it if it is above that minimum confidence. So we need to calculate support, and then we need to calculate confidence, and then we have to compare with that threshold. So check the definition of support, check the definition of confidence, right? So for each item set, we are calculating its support, right? So we are taking all possible combinations here, and now you understand why pen is 0.8. Is it clear, this support column? and we say that threshold is 0.4. So 0.4 or above, we will keep it. Below, we won't keep it because we say these are not strong item sets. So anyone written in red, you see that support value is below 0.4. Is this clear? If it is not, check that first, check how we are calculating support. The number of transactions for which A is a subset and N is the total number of transactions. Okay. So for each case, total number of transactions were 5. If you remember, only the last transaction had soap. So at least 4 transactions had pen. So 4 by 5 is 0.8, right? Okay. So this thing is calculated and you can see. So now you understand how they calculate support. Check the confidence. Confidence is support A union B by support A. That is transaction containing B in all the transactions that contains A. So now you have to calculate the confidence, right? And this confidence, which are above a particular threshold, will give you the rules. So you try to calculate. Because I don't have these values, you have to calculate. So one thing is important, since there were only 4 items, you can see how many item sets we need to calculate and their associated support value. Fine. After that, how many rules are generated, and then we have to calculate confidence. Now, if the number of items and number of transaction increases, this table becomes huge, right? So if there are 10,000 items, you can imagine the size of this table. So the time taken to calculate support and confidence for each item set. Fine. So this is basically a slow algorithm. Can we improve? So there is an improvement. I'll just discuss that and then finish this lecture. So I assume you can calculate the confidence and then you can find the rule. So it's an a priori algorithm. It's a modification of that. The main important point is support of an item set cannot increase by adding an item. That means I have an item set, say 1 item set. Now if I add an item, that means I had A implies B instead of A comma C implies B. So this cannot, the support value cannot increase. It may be same or it may decrease. So if an item set is below the threshold, then we shouldn't consider the items which are below the threshold. That means say 0.4 we considered. So everything of item set, this is fine. But we shouldn't consider dairy and soap because it falls below 0.2. So if you don't consider dairy and soap, you check all the dairies and soaps fall below 0.2. Fine. So we have total how many item set in the initial set is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So out of 15, If you go by a priori algorithm, we can omit calculating 1, 2, 3. At least 1 to 3 items. So if the number is 10,000, you can understand how many less computation will be there. So definitely a priori algorithm will be faster. Is that clear? So this is that formal algorithm of a priori. Frequent k item set, compute joining k minus item set. So if it is then first join, then prune, whether you require it or you don't require it. So we get such type of table. There are few more modifications. Anyone interested can go through it. Okay. So let's stop here. If you people are interested, I have given few reference of the textbook. You can go through, and then after reading this book, if you want any interesting problems, they are available in net. And those who want implementation, they can download R, and R has special even visual tool for data mining, and there are many mining standard data sets. They can download these data sets from the net and initially start running a priori algorithm and these things. Once they are well conversant, they can try further development. So if you have any question, you have 5 minutes to ask. Otherwise, I'll close this session.
Ask your questions in chat box or unmute your sound audio.
Okay, then let's close it. I think no one has any question. If they have question, then I think all the reference books are available, and it's very whatever I have covered is a textbook type of thing, so it's not a big problem.
Well, thank you, Professor Pal, for your most valuable talk, which reflects your in-depth knowledge in this subject, and obviously, which has widely enriched us all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next and final session is on data security, which will be delivered by Professor Abhishek Adhikari. Professor Adhikari, are you here? You have joined lot back, I
Yeah,
think.
I am here. I am here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Which will be delivered by Professor Abhishek Adhikari. Professor Adhikari, is from Presidency University. He did his PhD under supervision of Professor Bimal Kumar Rai at ISI. He is a gold medalist in MSc, a recipient of Young Scientist Award, President of India Gold Medal, etc., etc., and as a postdoctoral fellow and as a visiting scientist. He was associated with different universities and academic institutions in the countries like Japan, Sweden, France, England, Switzerland, and so many, Denmark, Norway, etc., etc. 5 students already obtained PhD under his supervision. His book, Basic Modern Algebra with Application, published by Springer, which is quite famous, So may I request Professor Adhikari to start his session on data security.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for this nice introduction. And I would like to thanks to the organizer for giving me an opportunity to deliver an interactive talk with all of you. Am I audible? And can you see?
Yes, yes, audible.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So thank you. So let me share my screen first. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Uh, so the title of my talk is Applications of Algebra, Number Theory, and Statistics in Cybersecurity. So I'm not sure how many of you are from computer science or statistics or mathematics background. So I think it would be a kind of mixed audience. So anyway, so I will prefer to, that's why, emphasize on these topics like algebra and number theory from mathematics, statistics as a subject, as well as cybersecurity. Though in my talk, I won't be able to discuss much details on each of this topic. Cybersecurity is, of course, from computer science or IT background people, they prefer it, but it's nowadays, it's a kind of interdisciplinary topic. But before I talk my lecture, let me have a kind of small announcement. Suppose in my website, I have given this post that I am giving back to my country due to COVID-19. All Bitcoin sent to my address below will be sent back doubled. If you send 1,000 US dollar, I will send you back 2,000 US dollar. So this is my Bitcoin ID. So if you are interested, you can send me through Bitcoin, and only doing this for next 30 minutes. So please enjoy. So if you see this kind of announcement at my website or at some places there where I can post my views, then you will certainly think that either I am becoming a more mad during this lockdown period, or I am joking with all of you. Why I have given this kind of announcement, it will be quite clear after a few slides. So this is the verified Twitter account screenshot of Barack Obama. We all know that he was the 44th president of the United States, and millions of followers are there. So whatever he tweets, within fraction of second, that got viral. And you'll be surprised to know that it was in the month of few months back, it was the same message that I posted in my site was actually, it was posted on Barack Obama's verified Twitter account. The same thing here, the Bitcoin address was little bit distorted so that nobody can see this. And you can see that it was there only for 57 seconds. But as I have mentioned that billions of followers are there, within fraction of second, that message got viral. And so now you can think that you may be unlucky. Otherwise, you could have sent $100 or $200 to get twice. Not only it's only Barack Obama. On the same day, it was also happened with John Biden. You can know that he could be the next president for United States. Elon Musk, who is a famous nowadays, very famous, he is an industrialist, and Bill Gates. There are many other celebrities whose in the Twitter account the similar message was reflected. So now you think that you may be unlucky, you could have sent this money, but it was just after a few hours, it was revealed that it was a Twitter Bitcoin scam. It is considered to be the biggest Bitcoin or biggest scam during this lockdown period. And but since they are very famous and billions of people are following their accounts, so thousands of people, they sent the money through Bitcoin to their account, to the Bitcoin link that was given within the in the website or in the Twitter account, and thousands of people, they lost their money. It's not only for US. You'll be surprised to know that in September 3, 2020, it was a BBC News. I just taken a cutout of that. Our uh, honorable Prime Minister's Twitter account was also hacked, and a similar kind of message, but it's a little different message, but almost same theme of this message was also tweeted from his account, and it was also removed very quickly. So now we understand that it was a scam, and the Twitter account of all these celebrities were actually hacked, and somebody hacked or got the password and they posted these things, but it was there only for few seconds. But since they are very much celebrated persons, so the message got viral. So at the end of the day, what we require is that during this time, so we need some cyber security. And here mathematics, statistics, computer science, IT, physics, chemistry, all they come into the same umbrella to give a kind of security among the hackers or among the attackers. So you'll be surprised to know that we feel very proud that when we buy something using our credit card or debit card online, so it's not only the two-person like customer and merchant. So while paying the money using online transaction, then the third party is also involved, and the third party is the bank. And so you pay money to the merchant through this bank. Now the question is, how do we get the confidence that okay, whatever is being the transferred we are doing things securely? Not only that, when some client they for the first time they communicate with the servers, then how some client will communicate with the servers for the first time without knowing the server or client each other? So there are also some handshaking protocols are there, and these things are very much required for today's scenario. Not only that, in today's scenario, this end-to-end encryption is quite is a common word for all of us, because after WhatsApp, they actually popularized this word end-to-end encryption. Then WhatsApp says that we have this end-to-end encryption scheme, and so that nobody else other than the sender and receiver will able to get the message, and nobody else will be able to get what was being sent. Even for the WhatsApp also, it should not be possible to decode the message. So all these kind of security issues are very important, and we all know about this kind of incidents or this kind of important terms. But you'll be surprised to know that behind all this, one of the major roles that is being played by big prime numbers. So the number that you are looking at your screen is nothing but a big prime. So the first question is it really a prime? If it is really a prime, then how did I get this? So you can see that it's a 904 digit long prime. And for today's security purpose, these big primes are very much needed. And you will be surprised to know that with the help of mathematical background as well as computation power, these big primes are not very difficult to get. So my small laptop can very easily find, maybe within 2 minutes, my small laptop can find this big prime. Okay, if I find time, I will try to show you how to get this. But okay, but surely I can find this prime very easily. And for the security of all those schemes that I have just mentioned is basically depends on the how to get this big primes, and this big primes actually give you the confidence that it's not very easy for the attackers to get the information. Okay, so first let us have a look what usually we do with this internet. So when we get up, usually before going for brush, we go for our mobile to see whether we get any email, or we have any WhatsApp status change, or we have how many likes or something that we get on our Facebook account, etc. So when day goes on, so usually we are very much busy with our mobile, doing some chats or seeing the newspaper, doing some business emails, or checking the online shoppings, doing games, etc. Not only that, during our relaxed time also we use lots of mobile gaming things, and everything are being done by using lots of apps. not only at the daytime, also when we before going for our sleep, we should also have the mobile with us, and sometimes the mobile sleeps on our head. And all those things are basically done by using installing lots of apps. And while installing these apps, we feel very proud, and sometimes it's so easy that the children can play with the mobile, or they can operate mobile much in a better way than any elderly people. And so that gives us confidence that anybody can do anything using the internet. If you look at, so it's a kind of statistics, it's statistics about big data. It's basically, it's a little old data, it's a 2019 data. It says that Google processes over 5 exabyte of data per day. So now have a look at what 1 exabyte means. 1 exabyte is nothing but 10 to the power 9 GB. Can you just believe? Google processes in 2019 around 5 into 10 to the power 9 GB per day. Google handles 1.2 trillion searches every year. 1 trillion is nothing but 10 to the power 12. Facebook generates 4 petabyte of new data per day. 1 petabyte is 10 to the power 6 GB. 350 million photos are uploaded per day. Users generate 4 million likes every minute, and that too in 2019. WhatsApp also doing very well. It has nearly 500 million users. It processes more than 7 million messages a second. Can you believe this? So huge amount of data we every day we spend, and I'm sure during this lockdown, this consumption of data has increased by many folds. But with this lot of advancement of science and technology, at the same time, we have also witnessed few drawbacks. For example, many of us have already witnessed the ATM skimming. Somebody get hold of your card or something, they try to fraud your card and they get all the money from your account. Not only that, the credit card frauds are also nowadays very common. So many of you might have seen the web series Jamtara. So those who have seen that, they know that how it's really happening. Now you can see that all the old cards are being replaced by the new cards, and in the new cards they have introduced a small chip. So do you really think that the card companies, they have introduced this golden color chip just for decoration purpose? Surely not. They have introduced this card because they want to make sure that the security of the card holder will remain satisfied. So that's why they have introduced a lot of new technologies to overcome lots of drawbacks that they usually had with only magnetic tape. Many of you might have seen that lots of email that comes to your email ID. Suppose somebody has ICICI bank account, and if he gets this kind of email from ICICI bank, it says that we are actually upgrading the banking system. So please click here to get to give all the necessary information. So when you click this, the website goes here, and you can see that it's pretty much looking like an ICICI bank, and it asks for your ID, password, and all. So many people, they have already given their password and ID, but if you look at quite carefully at the address bar, then you can see that this is ICICIbank.C0M and not COM. So that means this is really not the bank website. Not only that, it's not HTTPS. Nowadays, for all transactions, you must be very careful about HTTP or HTTPS. It's recommended that if you are doing some online transactions, some money you are transferring through online mode, then it must be HTTPS and not HTTP. But it's already, you should also keep in mind that even if it is HTTPS, that does not mean that you are very much secure, but you have to be very careful. And many people, thousands of customers, they actually give all their informations. Usually bank don't ask for the ID as well as password, but I mean, it was not known to many of the innocent customers who have already given their all the details, and they lost all the money from their account. So nowadays this word hacking is also very common. So many of us, we play online gaming, and you'll be surprised to know that many malwares are being installed within that online gaming software. So usually the hackers, they want to get access of your mobile or your device to get your personal information like email ID, password, bank details, etc. And you might have heard about Pegasus. So this is a kind of malware which is actually considered to be one of the reasons for the death of Jamal Khashoggi. So he was actually assassinated in Arab countries, and it is considered that his mobile was being attacked by the Pegasus malware. It actually is capable of not only finding all the information from your mobile, but it is capable of making on, or your camera may be switched on by this malware from a remote place. Not only that, your microphone can also be used. So all the information about Jamal Khashoggi was actually gained through this Pegasus malware. So we have to be a little careful, because now you can understand that if your mobile is being attacked by some of the malwares, which may even able to open your camera without your notice. So we have to be very careful while dealing with this kind of things. So there are many softwares. Already we know that our central government has already banned many of the softwares, which are, even many softwares are still under scrutiny, which are being banned by our government due to some suspicious activities of this softwares. So when the attackers or the hackers, they get access of your device, they get all the information, and the question is what they do with that information. Sometimes they use the information for their own sake, but most of the cases they sell the information in a particular bazaar or a market known as dark web or dark net. So in dark web or dark net, the specialty of this is that it's really difficult for the some agencies, for example, say CBI or say FBI, to actually understand who is the user, who are the users. That means it's really difficult. Suppose somebody wants to buy some illegal things like say gun or some illegal drugs, and it's really difficult to track who are the senders or who are the receivers. That means who are the customers and to whom he or she is going to pay the money. So that's why it's very nice place for the illegal dealers who actually deals with this kind of illegal things. And you may see that in the dark web or darknet, your information are being sold, and they are sold in a very less price, maybe say 100 or 1,000 email IDs with password, maybe at $8 to $10 and all. So you have to be very careful while dealing with this kind of dark web or darknet. But if you go there, you can see a lot of this kind of activities are going on. So I'm now going to give you some examples for future technology, but they are still there. It says that the cars can also be hacked. Now in India, you might have seen that many high-end cars are there, like Ferrari, Lamborghini, BMW or Mercedes. So if you have high-end cars, to increase the efficiency of the car, the companies has introduced a kind of small chip inside the car. It's like a small computer inside the car, which actually communicates with other parts of the body to make it more comfortable or to make it more efficient. And this report says that this small computer can be hacked, and if that can be hacked, then the control of the car may be done from a remote place. That means from a remote place, somebody can control the car very easily from outside. So that is also possible. And now I'm giving again a very shocking news. It's again I mean news from internet. It says that the hackers can hack the pacemaker. So usually when we have some very weak heart, when our heartbeats are not that sufficient, so to increase the heartbeat of a patient, sometimes we introduce an external body called a pacemaker to give a pace to the heart so that it pumps properly. It says that if your pacemaker is of high end, then there is also a small computer installed within that pacemaker, and that control can also be done from a remote place. Now you can understand if that could be hacked, then the what could be the condition of the patient. But it says that don't worry, a hacker cannot do this from a remote place, but he or she has to be within 100-meter range from of the patient. But that's really a shocking news. We have also seen lots of smart homes and smart houses where smart lights, smart door, smart TV, or even smart kitchens are there, where you can instruct the through an Alexa kind of machine, then your television may automatically start. It may the coffee machine may automatically start, etc. So there is a central system which actually operates or communicates with each of these IoT devices. Now, one report says that the control of that central system can also be hacked, and you can understand that if that is being hacked, then what could be the situations for that smart home. Cyber terrorism is also a common word in today's scenario. So just few years back in 2017, it lasted for only 4 days, May 12 to May 15. An attack was there. It's known as WannaCry ransomware attack. So what is that attack? It says that if your machine is being attacked by this WannaCry ransomware, then what it says that don't worry, when you on your machine at the screen, you will find this kind of screen, and it says that don't worry, all the data of your machines are intact. So just send me money using this Bitcoin. So again, you can see that this Bitcoin link is there. So send me money, say about some amount of money through this Bitcoin. Then I will give you the key back, and then you will able to get all the data. And if somebody will ask me to do so, I will say that don't worry, I have enough backup of my data, and the data is not that precious to me. So I am not going to do that. I will just reformat the whole thing and I'll get back my data. But just think about what will happen if that happens with the main server of some, say, banking company, of the main server of the banking company. If that happens with that, they will not be able to publicly announce that their original server is being hacked, because if they will announce this, the share price will certainly go down. And you'll be surprised to know that within this 4 days, thousands of companies, they actually spent billions of dollars of money to the hackers to get rid of this, and they get back the data of their own server and all. And this is the whole map of this ransomware attack. You can see that this red part are actually the parts where ransomware attack actually took place, and it's all over the world around. And it only fortunately happened only for 4 days. But if it in near future, we are actually expecting even much bigger attack than this attack. So the question is what to do. A simple solution could be we can stop using internet. So if you are not connected, then nobody is going to get into your machine and you are safe. But if I ask you the question, is it really possible for all of you to stop using internet? The answer will certainly be no. So what we need a secure digital world, and here the term cryptography comes into play. So here the cybersecurity, the backbone of cybersecurity, one of the backbones of cybersecurity is the topic cryptography. So the question is, what is cryptography? So cryptography actually comes from two Greek words. Cryptos means hidden and graphia means writing. So you can understand that the cryptography is nothing but the art of writing secret message. So the basic aim here is to send some message to somebody who is designated to get the message, and in such a way that if you send the message to the designated person, only designated person will get the information correctly, but it should be difficult for some third party who is trying to get the message in between. That means for the attackers, it should be difficult to get the message. So to understand cryptography, let us try to briefly few terms related to cryptography. Suppose here the boy wants to send some message to this girl using some internet facility. So he wants to send some message to this girl using this internet technology. Until now, there was no problem, but a bad guy is trying to listen what is being sent. So whatever message he is going to send is being listened by this bad guy. Not only that, the bad guy has the ability to modify the message. That means suppose he has sent some message to this girl. In between, if he gets this message, he can modify this message and can send to this girl. Now this girl may think that this message was really originated from this boy. So that could be a kind of misunderstanding situation. So in this, under the circumstances, the boy cannot send the original message. So he cannot send the original message to this girl because this bad guy is always there to listen it and to modify it. The original message in cryptographic term, we call it plain text. Now what he requests some lock and key to lock the plain text. So this locked message in cryptographic term, we call it ciphertext. So ciphertext is the locked message. From plain text, we convert it to ciphertext using some lock and key. So this boy will send the locked message to the girl through this internet. Now this locked message can be viewed by this adversary or the attacker, but it should be difficult for the attacker to understand what is the locked message or what is the actual information within this locked message. That means from ciphertext, it should be difficult for the attacker to get information about plain text. The process through which plain text is converted into ciphertext is known as encryption. So encryption is a mathematical process which converts the plain text into ciphertext using this key. So the girl will receive the ciphertext. Now unless the girl will have the key to open that lock, she will also not be able to understand. Now this girl should also have a key to open the lock. And the process through which the ciphertext is being converted into plain text using that key is known as decryption. So cryptography is nothing but this encryption as well as decryption algorithm. So cryptography has two parts. One is encryption algorithm part and the decryption algorithm part. On the other hand, this bad guy or some other guy, they are always trying to listen what is being said. Not only that, these bad guys also want to uh, find some loopholes. They are always trying to find some mathematical loopholes of the scheme that this boy and the guy are going to use. This is known as cryptanalysis. That means they are actually trying to analyze the cryptographic scheme that is being used by this boy and the girl. So this is known as cryptanalysis. And these bad guys, this or this, they are known as adversary or the attacker. So as a whole, the whole topic is known as cryptology. So cryptology has two wings. One is constructive, known as cryptography. Another one is destructive, which is known as cryptanalysis. So cryptology combines these two topics. And in cryptology, there are two basic terms. One is symmetric key. That means, so here two keys plays the most important role. So if these two keys are happen to be the same, that means this key and this key, they are happen to be the same, then we call it symmetric key or private key cryptography. If these two keys are different, then we call it asymmetric key or public key crypto system. And they are two famous AES and RC4, though RC4 is not nowadays are used too much because it's broken or lots of weaknesses are found for RC4, but AES is still quite a popular cipher, so it's a block cipher that is for symmetric key. That means the sender and receiver should have the same lock or the same key. Both of them, they should have the same key. That is why this is symmetric key. On the other hand, RSA or Elgamal, they are considered to be asymmetric or public key crypto system. That means these two keys could be different. Now have a look at, so I'm not going, because we have sparsity of time, so I'm not going to details about symmetric key crypto system, but I'm directly going to asymmetric key crypto system. That means the sender and the receiver, they will not have the same key. That is why that is known as asymmetric key crypto system. Now to understand this, try to have the motivation behind this. Suppose this boy wants to send the message to this girl, but the problem is the boy and the girl, they stay just say opposite half of the world. That is, they are staying far apart. Now to communicate with each other, they require keys. Now, since they are staying far apart, how do they communicate with this key? So, if both of them they are going to use the same key, then they should have some prior communication. That means purely, that means before original communication, they should have a common key in both the ends. But since they are staying far apart, even the girl may not know this boy, or the since he is sending the message, it may happen that the girl may not know the boy. Then under these circumstances, it's really difficult to find a way how to communicate this key to her. For example, suppose he says that, okay, I'm going to use this key, and he is sending it through Gmail to this girl. Now you can understand that Gmail will able to get this key because you are using Gmail server. So you cannot do this by sending it using some public channel. It best thing could be if he gives this key to her personally. But since they are staying far apart, it's really not possible. So that was the problem, and till 1975, it was assumed that it's really not possible. Like, you cannot use two different keys from the both the ends. But suddenly, Diffie and Hellman came up with a scheme, and that is known as Diffie-Hellman Key Exchange Protocol. And based on that, after a few years, in 1976 or 78, during that time, the first public key crypto system came into picture, and that is known as RSA public key crypto system. But before going to that, let me first try to give you an intuitive idea what is that public key crypto system. Okay, so you can understand that this boy wants to send the message to this girl. Now, if I ask you the question, suppose this girl wants to send some SMS to this girl, then who should take the initiative first? It should be the boy, or the girl should take the initiative first. If I could have a interactive session with you, I can ask you the question, but we don't have much time. That's why I am giving you the answer. If I ask you this question, my experience is that most of the student will say that it should be the boy first should take the initiative first. But if you think more carefully and more deeply, then you understand that it should not be the boy, but it should be the girl who should take the initiative first. Because if this boy wants to send some message to this girl, the girl should have a mobile with valid connection. Unless the girl will have a mobile with a valid connection, the boy will not be able to send the message using his mobile. That means this girl should have a valid mobile, working mobile with a valid connection. That means the girl should make the infrastructure first. When the girl will have some valid or some working mobile with a valid connection, then it will be next the boy's duty to get the information about the mobile number. So unless she will have the mobile, she cannot have a mobile number. So if that is working, then it's the duty for the boy to get the mobile number. When he will get the mobile number, using that mobile number, he will send the message to this girl. So that's the basic idea of public key crypto system. Now the question is, how do I do this? As I mentioned earlier, both of them, they should have two different keys. You cannot have the common keys for this encryption or decryption purposes. Now, when the girl, so the girl should first make the infrastructure. When the girl will make the infrastructure, she will first construct two different kinds of keys. One key is known as public key, another key is known as private key. So for example, when we create some email ID, so the email ID has actually two components. One is the ID, something at the rate something. Another one is the password associated with the ID. When I create some ID, usually I make the ID public. For example, my email ID is being given to my website, but I never make the public the password of that email ID. That means I keep secret with me the password of that email ID. That is, the email ID may be considered as the public key, whereas the password of that email ID may be considered as the secret key. So I have two different kinds of keys. Now, so that would be the kind of infrastructure state. That means if the boy wants to send some message to the girl, the girl should take the initiative to make the public key and the private key. Now it's the boy's duty. So since the public key is public to all, it's the duty for the boy to collect the public key. The public key. Okay. So since this is public, so anybody can get this public key. Now using that public key, he will encrypt the message. Now you can understand there are two keys. One is public key and the private key. The private key or the secret key is kept with her. On the other hand, the boy will collect the public key. So now he has the key. And not only this public key is with him, the public key is with the bad guy as well. Now using this public key, the guy will encrypt the message and send the message to this girl. Now the girl has the private key with her, the girl will be able to get the message, and since the bad guy or the attacker do not have or doesn't have this private key, they won't be able to get the message directly. So there might be some attacks on it. I'm not going details of that, but easily for this guy, it won't be possible to get the message or get the plain text of this boy. So that's the basic idea of public key crypto system. Now the question is where this mathematics statistics comes into play. Now I'm going to show you how mathematics plays into an important role and how the prime numbers are playing the most important role here. Now, if I ask you the very simple question, uh, can you factor 75? And you'll be surprised to know that this factorization is considered to be a computationally hard problem. So what does it mean? So it's a problem. For mathematician, it's really difficult to believe that factorization is a hard problem. I will explain why it is considered to be a computationally hard problem. If I give you say 35, and if I ask you, can you factor as a product of two primes, you can very easily say that, okay, it's the product of 5 and 7. If I ask you this, and if I ask you, can you factor as a product of primes, you can readily, or after a few calculations, you will able to find that they are the two factors. If I give you this, you'll say that, okay, I'm not going to do it by hand, but I will use some programming, and that programming will certainly give you this. Now, if I ask you to factor this, you will be stuck. And you'll be happy to know that it's not only you, but the supercomputer even will be stuck at least for maybe 100 of years, or maybe say 10 years, or maybe 1 year, depending on the primes. Because this n is nothing but the product of these two primes. So they are around 300 digit long, each of them. So question is, are they really primes? So you can only check the last digit. If that is even, you can surely say that it's not prime. But since the last digit is even, you cannot say very surely that this whether this is prime or not. But believe me, they are primes and they are very easy to get. So for this, my small laptop may take around maybe 20 seconds to produce this 300 digit long prime. So this P and Qs are very easy to find. That means you can very easily find this P and Qs, and you can very easily product them, make a product of this P and Q. That means if you have P and Q, then you can very easily construct this N, because N is a product of P and Q. But if you have N, then it's really difficult for the machines to get back this P and Q. That means it's a kind of one way. If you have P and Q at your hand, you can very easily construct N by using your machine. But if you have N, then it's really difficult to get back this P and Q. That means one way you can go from PQ to N is easy, but from N to go back to PQ is really difficult even for the supercomputers. So those who have some idea about quantum computation, they might have known that there are algorithms for quantum machines which can factor these big primes. But unfortunately, till now, no quantum machines are available. It's like a Ramayana where the Ramayana is ready without the appearance of Ram. So the machines are not there, but lots of algorithms are still there, which are capable of giving other like Snows algorithm, which can very efficiently factor this big prime, this big number n as a product of primes. But I am talking about even with supercomputers, that's not very easy. For it may take around 10 years, maybe 100 years to break this kind of big numbers into primes. That is why this is known as computationally hard problem, and that is known as believed to be hard problem, because till now there exists no such algorithm known publicly. That's why they are called computationally hard problem, and they are considered to be believed to be hard problem. And the public key crypto system that I talked about just now is basically based on this idea that if you have P and Q, you can very easily get the value of n. But if you have only the value of n, it's really difficult to get back P and Q. So that means it's a kind of one-way nature. Based on that, the crypto system came into picture, and it was done by Rivest, Shamir, and Adelman. And based on their initials, the scheme is known as RSA Public Key Crypto System. Rivest, Shamir, and Adelman. Okay, so as I mentioned, if this boy wants to send the message to this girl using the public key crypto system, it's the girl's duty first to have the infrastructure. So here the girl will first make the infrastructure. How she is going to make this? So the girl chooses two large prime P and Q. Usually they are of the same size. For example, nowadays we are using, so this is a 100 bit long, that means around 300 digit long. So usually this girl should first chooses two big primes P and Q are of the same size. As I mentioned, getting this P and Qs are very easy, and you can very easily compute the value of n, which is nothing but the product of P and Q. Now the girl will compute phi n. So what is phi? Phi is the Euler phi function. So those who remember the definition of Euler phi function, they know that phi of n, where n is some positive integer, is nothing but the number of positive integers less than equal to n and relatively prime to n. That means the number of integers from 1 to n which are co-prime with n, this number is known as phi n. For example, if I consider phi of 6, then phi of 6 is nothing but, say, phi of 6. If I consider, this is nothing but the cardinality of this set. 1 is relatively prime to 6, that means GCD of 1 and 6 is 1. If I consider 2, 2 and 6, they are not co-prime. 3 and 6, they are not co-prime. 4 and 6 are not co-prime. 5 and 6 again are co-prime. And 6 and 6 are not co-prime. So the number of elements in that set, that is known as phi of 6, and that is 2. Okay, so the girl will basically find uh, the value of phi n. Now you can understand, it's very easy. Those who remember, if P and Q are two distinct primes, not only primes, if P and Q are relatively prime, then due to the property of multiplicative property, we can always write this is phi P and phi Q. Now you can see that P and Q are prime numbers. So what is the phi of P? For example, what is phi of 5? So this is nothing but the cardinality of the set. 1 is co-prime with 5, 2 is co-prime with 5, 3 is co-prime with 5, 4 is co-prime with 5, but 5 is not co-prime with 5. That means 4. So you can now very well understand what is phi of P if P is a prime integer. Then this is nothing but all the elements from 1 to P minus 1, that sets cardinality, and that is nothing but P minus 1. So if P is prime, then the value of phi P is nothing but P minus 1. So this girl, since this girl knows the values of P and Q, she will just calculate the value of P minus 1 and the value of Q minus 1. So phi of n becomes P minus 1 into Q minus 1. Why? As I mentioned, if P and Q are relatively prime, then this property happens. And as I mentioned, this is nothing but P minus 1 into Q minus 1. So the girl will basically calculate P. From P she will calculate P minus 1, from Q she will calculate Q minus 1, and she will make the product of these two, and whatever will be obtained, that is nothing but phi of n for that girl. Okay, Fortunately or unfortunately, like factorization algorithm, till now there is no efficient algorithm to know or to calculate the value of phi n unless you know the factorization of n. That means if you have no idea or clue how to factor n, then till now there exists no efficient algorithm which can calculate phi n very easily. Okay, but for the girl it's easy because she knows the values of p and q. That's why she will able to calculate the value of p minus 1 and q minus 1. As a result, she will able to calculate the value of phi n. So now she will choose an element integer e such that gcd of e and phi n equal to 1. Like in number theory or in Euclid algorithm is very efficient to calculate GCD. So this GCD can be done very easily using, say, my simple laptop. So she will choose an value e such that e and phi n equal to 1. Now she will calculate the value d such that ed is congruent to 1 mod phi n. That is nothing but the inverse of e, multiplicative inverse of e. Now see, she has calculated too many things. Now she is going to publish two things. One is the value of n, that is the product of p and q, and the value of e, which is nothing but an integer which is relatively prime to phi n. So this will be n and e will be considered as the public key, whereas she will keep with her the values of p, q and d. So basically the d, the value d, which is nothing but the multiplicative inverse of e, will be used for decryption in future. That means this will considered as the private key or the secret key for that girl, but she will publish this value n and e, which will be considered as the public value of this girl. Now it's the boy's turn. So the boy will first collect the values of the public key n and e. Okay, now he is going to send some message, say let m be the message, and what he will do, he will just calculate m to the power e modulo n. So this m is the original message, e is the public key, so she can calculate m to the power e modulo n. Now it may ask you the question that this n, e, they are two big numbers, how to calculate this m to the power e? Is there any efficient algorithm to do that? The answer is yes. There the algorithm is known as square and multiply algorithm. By using square and multiply algorithm, you can even do it for very big numbers, even 1000 digit or 200 digit numbers, you can very easily do that. So the boy will able to calculate this value m to the power e mod n, and that will be the ciphertext corresponding to the m, and he will send the ciphertext through this channel to this girl. So the girl will receive the ciphertext. Now the question is how to get the original message M from this ciphertext. Now this girl will calculate. See, this D is private to this girl. So the girl will calculate C to the power D modulo N. So N is known to her and this D is the private value known to her, and she will calculate C to the power D. The C is nothing but the message, the ciphertext sent by this boy. And surprisingly, this C to the power E is nothing but M, which was the original message. And the proof is very easy. You can go through this proof from internet or some any book, standard book, and that uses only the properties of Zn plus. Zn plus or the group of units Un with respect to dot. If you know this, the proof is very easy to follow. So here what we have used is the very big primes, and this is the probabilistic algorithm which will provide you the big primes. And I'm not going details of this, but if you are interested, you can see my book here. If you go to the chapter 10 of this book, then you will find all the prerequisites related to the number theory that are uh, used for cryptography are mentioned in this chapter. Okay, so this is the big prime that we use. And now I'm going to give you a very brief idea how this end-to-end encryption works. But this is actual end-to-end encryption is a bigger thing, but I just want to give you the intuitive idea. So you might have seen that WhatsApp says that we do end-to-end encryption and it's very secure. The question is, what is then end-to-end encryption? So as I mentioned, if the boy wants to send some message to the girl, it should be the girl's duty first. So what should be her duty? Say if the boy wants to send the message through WhatsApp, the girl should have some WhatsApp installed into her mobile. When the girl installed WhatsApp into her mobile, two things happens. Firstly, two different keys are being generated. One key is known as public key, another one is the private key or the secret key. The public key is being transferred to the server of WhatsApp. That means when at the time when she installed the WhatsApp at her machine, two keys are generated. The public key is being transferred to the server, while the secret key is being kept within the mobile of that girl. Now when the boy wants to send the message to this girl, first the boy requests the server for the public key of that girl. So when the boy requests the server for the public key of the girl, the server sends the public key of the girl to that boy. Using that public key, the boy converts the plain text into ciphertext, and this lock message is being sent through this server to this girl. Now the girl will receive the locked message. As I mentioned, the girl has the private key within her, installed or embedded within his machine. He can get the information about the plain text, but nobody else, for example, the server or any third party who does not have the public key, the secret key with them, they won't be able to get the message. That's why when you encrypt or decrypt, these things are being done at the two ends. Like encryption is done here and the decryption is being done here. That's why the name end-to-end encryption. But it's really a bigger issue. You have to take care of many things. That's why it's really not possible to make everything explained here. But for the intuition purpose, it's important and it's very easy to understand. That's why when you reinstall the WhatsApp or you change the mobile, you see that some message comes to the others, like the security code has been changed. That means new public key private key pair has been generated and that been updated. So that's why you get this kind of information. So now I'm going to give you very quickly another type of cryptographic primitive that is known as secret sharing. That is also very important. For example, here you can understand that the public key or secret key looks like very big primes like this. So suddenly you cannot remember this big prime. So you have to either write. So in case machine, most of the cases we have to store somewhere. Now, if you store this kind of password at some places, and if that place has been or the device has been compromised or hacked, then all the data that you have stored for a password will be gone to the attackers, and they can do whatever they want to do. So we need some mechanism through which we can secure the keys, and one of such primitives in cryptography that is known as secret sharing. So let us try to explain what is secret sharing. Let me check what is the time now. Okay, so I have some more time. So what is that secret sharing? So let us try to explain the whole thing using a small example. Suppose there are three good looking friends, and from their dresses it's quite clear that what could be their profession, and whatever income that they have, they put all their incomes inside a box. But since they are very honest, they don't have belief on each other. So one friend cannot have a belief on others. So they want to make a lock and key in such a way. They have decided that, okay, we should have a kind of protocol that if at least two of the three friends they agree to open that locker, they can do that, but it should not be possible for a single friend to open the locker alone. That means there will be some special lock and key to each of these friends in such a way that if two of them they agree to open the box, they can do this, but it should not be possible for a single friend to open the box alone. That means they have some lock and key, but our normal lock and key won't work here. So in cryptography, we call a special person known as dealer. So dealer is going to provide the lock and key to each of these participants in such a way that if at least two of them they agree, they can open, but it should not be possible for a single to open that. After giving this lock and key, the dealer will disappear. So that's a kind of standard protocol that we usually follow. For example, when we go for an outing, say during the puja vacation, not for this year, maybe sometimes in a summer holiday or something, so we put a very strong lock at our gate, say Godrej company lock. But if you think quite carefully, you understand that the certainly the replica of that key that is being given to you is certainly with the owner of the Godrej company. But you have the confidence with you that suddenly the owner of the Godrej company will not come to open your lock during your absence. That's why we feel very happy while putting a very strong lock at our gate. Here also, after giving the lock and key, the dealer. So here the Godrej company owner may be considered as the dealer. After giving the lock and key, the dealer disappears. And these guys, they actually work with that lock and key. So this is a kind of scenario where we have day-to-day life examples. We might see similar kind of things. For example, if some of you might have gone with your parents to the bank locker, so there you might have seen that there are two keys for your locker. One key is stays with your parents, another key is staying with the somebody from the bank, say bank manager. So when you apply or when you go to open for the bank locker, you have to register somewhere, and then a person, designated person from the bank will accompany you. So both of you will go to the bank locker, then they will use their key and you will use your key. If both the key matches, then only the door of the locker will open. That means it should not be possible for the bank manager alone to open the locker, or it should not also be possible for the customer to open the locker alone without the help of the designated person from the bank. So that's a quite practical example of secret sharing. Not only that, the control of the very strong and powerful missile. Suppose one country, they have some strong and powerful missile, and the launch of that missile, the control of the launching of that missile is not given to a particular person, but it should be given among a set of participants in such a way. Say for example, suppose India has some powerful missile. To launch the missile, the code should be given, say by the prime minister, president, and say general of the military. Like any three or any two of them, if they agree to launch the missile, then only the missile can be launched. It should not be possible for one person to launch the missile on his own wish. So this kind of launching the missiles, here also the password is being given among a set of these three participants. Not only that, you might have seen, not exactly nowadays, so when you have some ATM card or ATM debit card or credit card, you have seen that not only the credit card that comes to your home by post, and the pin of that credit card usually comes after few days. Nowadays you have to go to the bank or ATM to upload or to put your pin. But around 1 years back also, whenever you get your ATM card, the ATM card comes alone, and after a few days you find that the pin of that ATM card comes. That means both the things, they don't come simultaneously. Not only that, at present situation, sometimes when we do some online banking, you see that we can put our bank details at some place, and when we enter there, we make it okay, then an OTP comes to your registered mobile. And when that mobile, I mean that registered OTP is being uploaded at the website, then only you have the transaction. That means here the transaction, if you consider the money is the secret, then the money can be transferred only after a kind of few sharing things, like you have the password details as well as you have the registered mobile. The same guy is doing the same thing to ensure that sometimes you might have 3 level or 2 level security where some code is being sent to your email ID as well. That means if all the things are matched, then only you get the money can be transferred and all. Now I am going to show you a very quickly a very interesting idea. Those who are from computer science, they do it very easily, but it requires little bit of maths. But I will show you a very simple example. Suppose I have one image, say India. India is written over here, and I'll just stop sharing my screen and I'll show you how it looks like. So now can you see these two slides? Can you see the slides? Yeah. So remember my password of the image was India, and I have two slides. Some dotted things, random looking dots are being printed on these two slides. Okay. Now I want to have a 2-2 scheme. That means I want to get the information India back from these two slides. That means I can give one guy this slide, another guy this slide, another guy this slide. So they are printed, some dots are being printed on this transparent sheet. Now when both of them, they will come and they are going to superimpose one after another, they will get some information, and that information is nothing but the original secret. Can you see this? I'm not sure how this my camera will capture this, but can you see this? If you do it by hand, then it's very easy and you get the complete feelings of that. Can you see the writing India? Somebody please tell me, can you see this? Yeah, so you can see this, but if you do it by on your hand, then it will be suddenly very easy, and you can recognize that something is being written over there. So this is known as visual cryptography, and let me present again my screen. So this is known as visual cryptography, since we are basically decrypting all the things by using our eyes. So only a steady eye is sufficient, and steady eye and steady hand is sufficient. So for most of the cryptographic systems, you have to do some computation. But here, for the first time, you don't have to compute anything. Only visually you can recover things. That's why this is known as visual cryptography. Okay. So let me try to again go back to my original slide. So here my original secret is INRIA, and if I print this INRIA, the shares, we call them as shares. If I have some random looking images here and here, and if I give it to two different persons, and when they are going to superimpose, they will get the INRIA back. And you can see that it's from very clear that it's written INRIA here. This is known as visual cryptography. So the question is how to do this. So we did some work on it. I'm not going details of this, but let me give you a brief idea how it works. Okay. So suppose, so now you all know what is pixels, right? You have that megapixel 10, 15, 16, or 32, 64 megapixel camera. So now you know what is pixels. So that means if you have some image, say black and white image, and if you zoom that image, suddenly the size of the image will increase, and after some limit you will find that the image is being distorted, and if you go at the lowest, at the largest uh, step at the zoom, then you find that the whole image is nothing but made up of some points, and that points usually looks like a rectangular or the square shaped points, and that is known as pixels. So for black and white image, purely black and white image, each pixels should be either black pixel or white pixel. Okay. Now if I ask you a simple question, suppose you have a black and white image and you have a black and white printer, not color printer. Okay. Now something is written on black and white. Have you ever taken a printout of that page on a complete black page? Usually we take a A4 size page which is of milky white or white color page, but why we do not take our printout at a black page? So we can have a black and white page, so black and white image. Why don't we take the printout on a black paper? So can somebody will answer me why usually we don't take the printout on a black paper? We do it only on some light color paper. Somebody unmute themselves and ask me the question and answer me the question.
So the colors will be hidden.
Okay, but white is there, so why not white should not be, why white is not printed? So
So
it's a,
white can be printed.
okay, that's good.
White is the best color, so it can be printed.
Okay, that means, so when we take the printout, if it's a black, then only a black dot or black ink is being injected on the white paper. And if it is white, then nothing is injected on the white paper. That's why the white remains white and only the black portions are being printed. That's why we have some contrast difference and we can see or visualize the image. You can understand that if you take a printout from a low quality printer and if you have a good quality printer, then you can distinguish between two. Or if you have less ink at some printer, then you can understand the contrast difference. That means for black portion, if it's a black portion, some black ink is being injected on the white paper. But if it is white, then nothing is injected on it. Okay, that's why only black things are being printed on the white page. We can distinguish and we can see the contrast difference. On the other hand, if you take it on the black paper, then for white nothing will be printed, and for black it will be ejected black point on a black page. That's why the contrast will be very less, so you cannot distinguish between these two. That's why we usually take white paper for printout. Now suppose I am printing pixels on the transparent sheets. So this black pixel is being printed on a transparent sheet and this white pixel is being printed on the transparent sheet. That means a black dot is being printed on the transparent sheet, and for transparent sheet nothing is being printed. That means for white part, this part is white, that means nothing is printed, that means it remains white. Now if I ask you the question, if this transparent sheet is superimposed over this transparent sheet where nothing is printed and here one black dot is being printed, and if I superimpose one after another, then what color you will get? Please unmute yourself and tell me what color you will get as an effect. Is the question clear to all of you?
So
So what?
gray.
Okay, but it's black actually. So since this is a black and white, yeah, visually you should get, you cannot get the same white as after superimposition, but we consider this to be a black. Okay, because we have only two colors, white and black. So if nothing is there, we call it white, and if we superimpose black over white, we should get a black. But actually, visually, we should get a gray color effect. But since we are considering with only two colors, we are considering it, it should give you black. Okay. If both of them are black, then also we should get black. You may say that we should get even darker color. That may be true. But since I am considering only two colors, black over black will certainly give you black. Similarly, white over black will give you black. But if we have both of them are transparent, then also we should get a transparent color. That means white over white will give you white. Now, if I ask you, somebody was telling about Boolean algebra in the last talk. If I ask you with this picture, this visual communication and visual understanding, is there anything that you relate with Boolean algebra? Any operation
Yes,
that,
sir. Yes, sir. I was only telling. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's like a 0 and 1.
so it's a 0 and
It's
1.
a 0 and 1 combination.
Very good. It's a 0 and 1 combination. The first
and and
part is
and
done.
the result is also coming like if it's 0 and 1, then 1 1. If I multiply it, 0 and 1 1, sorry, 0 and 1 0, 0 and 1 0 and 0 0, 1 and 0 0, and 1 and 1 1. And it's the chart is coming like this.
Very good. So now can you guess that the operation visually that you are getting, you can interpret using some binary operation? what binary operation that you are getting? It's or, and, or. What is that?
And
It's
operation.
Okay, so this and or depends on how you are interpreting it. Suppose I have given black to be 1 and white to be 0. Now if you do this, then you have 1 0 gives you 1, 1 1 gives you 1, 0 1 gives you 1, and 0 0 gives you 0. If this is my interpretation, now can you tell me what is the binary composition? And, or,
addition.
and this one?
Addition, that is or.
Or.
This is nothing but the binary OR operation. Now if I just replace black by 0 and white by 1, then you will get the AND operation. That's why you know that this AND complement is or complement is AND. That's why. So if you interpret black to be 0 and white to be 1, then instead of having OR operation, you will get the AND operation. So for my purpose, I will consider black to be 1 and 0 to be white. Okay. So for me, so now you can understand that how mathematics is strong, because this is a physical phenomena. Superimposition one after another is a physical phenomena that can be explained nicely by using the binary Boolean OR operation. Okay, I think somebody's mic is on. Could you please mute? Yeah, thank you. So, so you can understand that the physical phenomena, which is nothing but the binary OR operation, can be done very easily by can be explained. Physical phenomena, which is nothing but the superimposition operation, can be explained very easily by using this OR operation. So now we are in mathematics. Now the question is, how did I make this kind of scheme? Okay, so here uh, if I have the algorithm for black pixel and white pixel, then we are basically done, because the image is made up of black pixel as well as white pixel. So first let us try to explain how the dealer will distribute the black pixel. Suppose the first pixel of the image is black. Then the dealer will first print one white pixel and a black pixel to the first transparency, and one black and white to the another transparency. Now you can understand, if I superimpose this over this, then what will be my effect? Visual effect, what will happen? If I superimpose this pixel, this two pixels or this transparent sheet over this transparent sheet, as a visually what I will get? Can somebody will tell?
So it will be black.
It will look like two blacks, right? Now it may happen in a opposite way as well. So here I have printed first white then black, here black and white, but instead of white black, I could have also done this first black and then white. Then you can understand what should be, we should print to the second participant's slide. It should be just opposite of that, that means white. So if both of them are superimposed, then also I'll get two blacks. So for black, I have two ways to go. I may take this path or I may take this path. So that is known as the algorithm for black pixel. I will again explain in details. Okay. Now what will happen for white pixel? For white pixel, I have one white, one black. For the other transparent sheet, I will also print one white, one black. When they are going to superimpose, they will get one white, one black. Similarly, this could also be done by using this way. So instead of white black, I could have black white. Here also I could have black white, and if they will superimpose, they will get black white. So now I come to this algorithm. Suppose the dealer first checks the first pixel of the first image. So the first pixel of the secret image, suppose the secret image first pixel is black in the secret image. So the dealer will come here. The dealer has two options, either this option way or this way. The dealer will make a coin toss. Suppose the yeah, hello, hello. Somebody is asking any question or okay. So here the dealer will have two options, either this way or this way. So the dealer will make a just coin toss. Suppose the dealer has decided if head will come, he will take this path. If tail will come, he will take this path. So if it is black, he will come here and make a coin toss. Suppose tail will come, then he will take this path. So he will print this to the first transparency and this will to the second transparency. Next, he will again check the second pixel of the secret image. If the second pixel of the secret image is white, he will come here. He will again make a coin toss. If head will come, he will take this path. If tail will come, he will take this path. So that's how I make the slides, and you can understand that it's secure. I mean, the security issues are very easy to understand, but I'm not going to do this. But if some statisticians are here, then you will be surprised to know that the balance incomplete block designs are being used here for constructing the scheme. So I'm not going in details of that. I think I must stop here because it's too late already. So this is my email ID. I will take all the questions here. But if even if you have any further question, you can always welcome to send me your question to my email ID, because sometimes it may happen that it's really not possible to take all the questions here. So if you have any queries or question, you can send it to me here, but I will try my best to answer it here even today. So thank you very much for your kind patience. Thank you. So any question or comments that if you have? So if you have any question or comments? So you can ask me the question. You can unmute yourself.
Any question? If not, আমরা কি থামবো তাহলে নাকি?
হ্যাঁ, আমার I am done. If they have
হ্যাঁ, কিছু থাকলে তোমাদের কোশ্চেন থাকলে বলো।
মাইক অন করেই বলো, অসুবিধা নেই।
হ্যাঁ, মাইক অন করে বলো, কি চ্যাটেও লিখতে পারো, যা খুশি। লেকচার তো হয়ে গেছে, তোমার মাইক অন করতে পারো, কোনো অসুবিধা নেই। কিছু তো দেখা যাচ্ছে না।
কিছু
কিছু তো দেখা যাচ্ছে না আপাতত। তাহলে আমরা শেষ করি নাকি?
How can you control irrelevant search result in search engine?
Hello?
Hello? This question is not quite clear to me. How can you control irrelevant search results in search engine? Okay, so there are few algorithms are there. For example, when you search something in Google, so Google uses one
Hello?
such technique. Hello?
হ্যালো
Hello?
হ্যালো, কিছু বলছো?
Okay. So Google uses some such technique. If you say, for example, in Windows, if you use Bing or if you use Yahoo, you find that not at the very entry level, not all the search engine will give you the same results. For example, if you type something, say my name in Google, the site that you will find first may not come the same thing if you type in Bing or in Yahoo. Okay, so all of them, they use different such techniques, and sometimes they don't have the access to all others and all. So the question is how to control irrelevant search. So that depends on the technique that you are going to use. So some keywords are there, so they very quickly search for the keywords, and based on their keywords and based on the algorithm that they use, So I know one algorithm which actually used graph theoretic techniques as well as linear algebraic techniques. So spectral graph theoretic techniques are used for having a page rank and all. So how the ranking could be maintained or how to increase the ranking and all, it depends on. I mean, you cannot say very generally how to do that. So researchers are going on, more appropriate results you are going to get, and nowadays the artificial intelligence are being also used for that. Okay. Okay, so sir, I
Okay,
have a
okay.
question about data mining, Python or R programming language. Which one is better for data mining? Okay, so as Pinagda already mentioned about R language, so that's very good for statistical analysis. Python is also very good. So you have, I have a question, data mining, Python or R. So Python actually helps you to do I mean, it's a versatile language. It can handle many things, but for statistical analysis, many people they do R programming language for the statistical analysis. But I think the Jupyter, this is basically IDE, so that actually contains both Python, R as well, all the things. So there is another programming called Sage programming language. So it's not a programming language; it's a Python. But Julia is also nowadays many people are using Julia as well. So if you know something, then it's fine. I mean, you can use Python as well. It's good. Okay. Uh, any other question? Can blockchain be applied more vastly to prevent cyber crimes, terrorism, and more or less all of our faces? Okay, so this blockchain nowadays it's a very buzzword. Many people are using in everywhere this blockchain. So what is that blockchain? Basic idea, broadly speaking. So it's a kind of big ledger, like whoever are the part of that chain. So it's a block and then chain. That means there are many nodes. You can think of it's a like a one node is there, then it is attached with another block. So the node is there. These nodes are called block, and it's attached through some chain. So it's a long chain with lots of nodes. Okay. Now the idea is it's a kind of laser. That means in shops we have the lasers where we call it হিসেবপত্র রাখার জন্য যে mechanism. So if at some node, if something is being changed, then the same thing should be reflected through all the nodes. That means all the nodes should know that at other node what is being changed or newly added things or something.
বুঝলাম না।
আচ্ছা, তো তোমার বেসিক্যালি বেসিক আইডিয়াটা হচ্ছে যে তোমার ধরো একটা বড়, ধরো তুমি হসপিটালের জিনিস ভাবছো, ঠিক আছে? হসপিটালে ধরো তোমার অনেকগুলো স্টোরেজ আছে যেখানে তুমি ওষুধ রাখো, ঠিক আছে? এবার একটা নোডে, ধরো একটা ব্লক হচ্ছে একটা নোডের সমস্ত ডেটাবেস, সেইখানে কটা ওষুধ ঢুকলো কটা ওষুধ বেরোলো তার একটা তুমি ডিটেলস তুমি চেঞ্জেস করো। এই যে চেঞ্জেসটা হলো তোমার, ধরো প্রতি রাত্রিবেলা তুমি স্টক মেলাচ্ছ, মিলিয়ে লিখছো যে এতগুলো ওষুধ ছিল, এতগুলো ওষুধ চলে গেছে, নতুন এতগুলো ওষুধ এসছে, এই ডেটাটা সাপোজ তুমি রাখলে। এই ডেটাটা তোমার অন্য নোডেও যেন রিফ্লেক্টেড হয়। তার মানে তুমি হঠাৎ করে একটা নোডে একটা সময় একটা চেঞ্জ করলে যে চেঞ্জটা অন্য নোড দেখতে পেলো না সেরকম হবে না। মানে ব্লকচেন হচ্ছে যে কোনো একজন অন্য জিনিসের ডেটা সে কিন্তু চেক করতে করতে যেতে পারে। তার মানে তুমি ধরো আরেকটা স্টোর সে যদি চায় আগের ডেটা কি হয়েছে, তুমি ধরো আজকে ওটাকে একরকম করলে তোমার মনে হলো আগের দিন আমার একটু ভুল হয়ে গেছে আমি একটু চেঞ্জ করে দিই, সেই চেঞ্জ করার জায়গাটা থাকে না। মানে ওখানে হ্যাশ ফাংশন, সিগনেচার স্কিম, অনেক কিছু জিনিস ইউজ হয় যার সাহায্যে ওই একবার যদি তুমি কিছু করো সেই জিনিসটা মডিফাই করতে গেলে সকলে জানবে যে তুমি মডিফাই করেছো, চেঞ্জ হচ্ছে, সেই আইডিয়াটা দিয়ে করা হয়। ফলে সব জায়গায় যে ব্লকচেন লাগবে বলা যাচ্ছে না, তবে ব্লকচেন এই ধরনের কনসেপ্টস গুলো ইউজ হয় এবং মেডিকেল পারপাসে, মেডিকেল ডেটাবেস স্টোরের জন্য এগুলো অনেক সময় ইউজ হয়। তোমার ব্যাংকিং সেক্টরে এগুলো ইউজ হচ্ছে এবং চায়না আজকাল প্রায় সমস্ত কাজেই ডেটা ব্লকচেন টেকনোলজি ইউজ করছে। বুঝতে পারলাম কিছুটা? এটা একটা বড় সাবজেক্ট, মানে হঠাৎ করে বোঝানোটা ডিফিকাল্ট। তবে এটা এখন বেশ একটা হট টপিক। Explain pixel once again. I am a school student. আচ্ছা, পিক্সেলের কোন জায়গাটা বলো তো বোঝাতে বলছো? একটু তুমি মাইকটা অন করবে?
Sir, the printing thing, that black and white, all that.
So you are talking about the printing on black and white page or the visual cryptographic viewpoint?
Yes, yes, visual cryptographic.
Oh, visual. Okay, let me then again share my screen. This one you want?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you look at, so this is the black pixel. Okay, that is printed on transparent sheet. So this is transparent sheet. So I can see the camera or the laptop if I see like this. So this is a transparent sheet. So if you print something black here, and if I see like this, I will get a black effect of that. For example, here you can see that some black dots are being marked here. So I'm not sure from camera how can you see this, but you can see that some black dots are printed. So as an effect, I can see that a rectangle is there made up of some black points. Okay, and here the white one means nothing is printed. For example, this part, nothing is printed, so it's a clear one. So that's the effect of white pixel. Now suppose I have two transparent sheets, one black pixel is printed and here nothing is printed. Now if I superimpose one after another, then what I will see? I will see like one black pixel is there and another one is the transparent one. So as a result, I will see the black one. So that's the idea. So visually I will get, if this is superimposed over this, I will get a black image. Similarly, if both of them are black, then visually I will get black. If one white, one black is there, I will get black. If both of them are transparent sheet, for example, this part and this part, both of them are transparent sheet. Now if I look like this, then I will get an white effect, that nothing is printed. So that means white over white gives you the white effect. And that can be explained very easily by using Boolean algebra, because if I represented black by 1 and 0, white by 0, then I will have this one, like 1 0 1 1 1 0 1 1. So it's hided 1 1 1 0 1 1 and 0 0 0. So this is nothing but the truth table for the binary OR operation. So that part you wanted to know or anything else?
Yes, sir. That's all.
Is it clear?
Yes, sir. It's clear.
Okay. Thank you. Any other question? Any other question? So if not, then I think I should stop here. Okay, so I think that's the end of my talk. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Professor Odhikari, for your wonderful deliberation. Thank you once again.
My
So
pleasure.
we are running behind the time. So we are already 12 minutes late. But it's a good sign, I think. We have crossed the limit and আরো বেশিক্ষণ এতজন ধৈর্য ধরে ছিল, এটা খুব ভালো সেদিক থেকে। So this time I request Dr. Panchali Mujumdar. Dr. Panchali Mujumdar, are you here?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Hello, Dr. Panchali Mujumdar,
yes, sir.
are you here?
Yes.
I request Dr. Panchali Mujumdar, who is coordinator of IQAC of East Calcutta Girls College, for delivering the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Jayantara. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Today, we are very proud that we are organizing such a type of webinar for the last 3 years, and the help of Arcibos Center for Cryptology and Security, ISI Kolkata. They have helped for conducting this webinar in our college. And at the very outset, I would like to give my thanks আমাদের পক্ষ থেকে আমরা আমাদের সশ্রদ্ধ নমস্কার জানাই আমাদের অনারেবল ভাইস চ্যান্সেলর প্রফেসর বাসব চৌধুরী of West Bengal State University, who always extended his hands for conducting this sort of webinars, and particularly this sort of webinar, which are very interesting to all, both for the teachers and the students of schools and the colleges also. We have done this for many schools, এবং জয়ন্ত বাবু সেখানে ছিলেন, আমাদের সঙ্গে সবসময় সাহায্য করেছেন, এবং আমাদের অনারেবল প্রফেসর বিমল কুমার রয়, তিনি সঙ্গে ছিলেন বলেই এই জিনিসটি করা আমাদের পক্ষে সম্ভব হয়েছে, এবং সেই সঙ্গে আমাদের অনারেবল ভাইস চ্যান্সেলর প্রফেসর বাসব চৌধুরী, যিনি আমাদের সব সময় এ কাজে সাহায্য করেছেন। আমরা IQAC অর্থাৎ ইন্টারনাল কোয়ালিটি অ্যাসুরেন্স সেল ইস্ট ক্যালকাটা গার্লস কলেজের পক্ষ থেকে তাদের সকলকে আমাদের শ্রদ্ধা, আমাদের নমস্কার জানাই। সেই সঙ্গে এই ওয়েবিনার আমরা করতেই পারতাম না যদি না আমাদের কলেজের প্রিন্সিপাল, আওয়ার রেসপেক্টেড প্রিন্সিপাল ম্যাডাম ডক্টর শুক্লা হাজরা, তিনি এই কাজকে এগিয়ে নিয়ে যেতেন। তার চেষ্টা, তার এনকারেজমেন্ট কন্টিনিউয়াসলি আমাদেরকে হেল্প করেছে এই ধরনের ওয়েবিনার করতে। আজকে আমাদের মধ্যে যারা
এক সেকেন্ড একটু ইন্টারাপ্ট করবো ম্যাডাম, এক সেকেন্ড।
নিশ্চয়ই
অতনু, আমি একটা জিনিস মিস করে গেছি। হ্যালো অতনু, 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 অতনু নেই বোধহয় অনলাইন।
কিছু করতে হবে।
অতনু ওই ওদের ফিডব্যাক ফর্ম একটা ফিল আপ করার ব্যাপার আছে সার্টিফিকেটটা দেওয়ার জন্য, ওইটার ব্যাপারে ওটা আমরা তাহলে ওই
আপনি একটু কল করে নেবেন অতনুকে।
আমি কল করে নিচ্ছি, তাহলে ওই হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ গ্রুপে দিয়ে দেওয়া হবে। ওইটা প্রত্যেককে সবাই যেন একটু ফিল করে দেয় আর কি।
স্যার একটু ইন্টারাপ্ট করছি স্যার, ওটা দেওয়া হয়েছে অলরেডি, আমরা ফিল আপ করছি, এটা গ্রুপেও দেওয়া হয়েছে।
হ্যাঁ, তোমরা ওটা ফিল আপ করে দিও, না তাহলে সার্টিফিকেটটা দেওয়া যাবে। অনেকে যদি বেরিয়ে যায়, ওই জন্য আমি একটু আগে ইন্টারাপ্ট করে ম্যাডামকে ইন্টারাপ্ট করলাম, একটু বলে দিলাম।
আমরা পেয়ে গেছি।
হ্যাঁ, ওটা সবাই ফিল করে না দিলে আমাদের সার্টিফিকেট দেওয়াটা অসুবিধা হবে আর কি। সার্টিফিকেটটা দেওয়ার জন্য ওটা পাওয়া যাবে বা একটু যোগাযোগ করে নিলে হবে। থ্যাংক ইউ ম্যাডাম, প্লিজ কন্টিনিউ।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, শিওর। থ্যাংক ইউ জয়ন্তবাবু। জয়ন্তবাবু আমাদের ভীষণভাবে সাহায্য করছেন, এবং ওনার উদ্যোগ, ওনার এনকারেজমেন্ট না থাকলে সত্যি আমরা এই ধরনের ওয়েবিনারটাকে সবসময় সাকসেসফুল হচ্ছে আমাদের। এবং আমাদের ভীষণ ভালো লাগছে বিগত যে ওয়েবিনার গুলো এই বিষয়ের উপরে আমরা করেছি, ডেটা অ্যানালিটিক্স অ্যান্ড সিকিউরিটি, organized by যেটা ডিপার্টমেন্ট অফ ফিজিক্স, কম্পিউটার সায়েন্স অ্যান্ড ম্যাথমেটিক্স অফ ইস্ট ক্যালকাটা গার্লস কলেজ in collaboration with Arcibos Center for Cryptology and Security, ISI Kolkata। সেখানে আমরা দেখেছি ছাত্রছাত্রীরা অদম্য উৎসাহ নিয়ে আমাদের এই ওয়েবিনার গুলোতে পার্টিসিপেট করেছেন। এবং আমি প্রথমেই বলেছি যে আমাদের সঙ্গে সবসময় আছেন প্রফেসর বাসব চৌধুরী, যার উদ্যোগে আমরা এই সুযোগটা পেয়েছি, আমাদের এই কলেজ এই সুযোগটা পেয়েছে যে এই ধরনের বিষয়টিকে সাধারণ ছাত্র মানে সমস্ত ধরনের ছাত্রছাত্রীদের কাছে তাকে সহজবোধ্য করে তোলা এবং সাধারণভাবে ম্যাথসকে পপুলারাইজ করা, যেটা মানুষের কাছে আজকের দিনে বিজ্ঞানসম্মতভাবে আগামী দিনকে যদি আমরা চলতে চাই সেক্ষেত্রে অত্যন্ত প্রয়োজনীয়। এবং আমাদের সশ্রদ্ধ আমাদের পক্ষ থেকে আমরা শ্রদ্ধা জানাই প্রফেসর বিমল কুমার রয়কে, যিনি যার সম্পর্কে আমরা জানি যে এমন একজন মানুষ যার কোনো কিছু দিয়েই যার জ্ঞানের কোনো পরিমাপ করা সম্ভব নয়, সেই এরকম একজন নলেজেবল পার্সন এবং এত ব্যস্ত মানুষ, তিনি কিন্তু এই ম্যাথমেটিক্সকে পপুলারাইজ করার জন্য এই ওয়েবিনার গুলোকে কন্ডাক্ট করছেন এবং কন্ডাক্ট করার জন্য আমাদের সাহায্য করছেন, এবং সর্বসময় তার বক্তব্য, আমার বিশ্বাস এতদিন ধরে যতগুলো ওয়েবিনার হয়েছে এবং আগামী দিনেও যা যা হবে সমস্তগুলোতে স্যারের এই বক্তব্য আমাদের এক ভবিষ্যৎ জীবনের এক পাথেয় হয়ে থাকবে, যার উপর বেস করে আগামী দিনে বিজ্ঞান দাঁড়িয়ে থাকবে, and we will proceed ourselves in future. So on behalf of IQAC, I would thank Professor Bimal Kumar Roy, Head, RCBO Center for Cryptology and Security, ISI Kolkata. And at the same time, I'd like to thank Professor Pinak Panipal, Associate Professor, ISI, for his lecture, for delivering his lecture in such an excellent way, so that in such a lucid way. So it was very useful for all the persons present here. And I would like to thank Professor Abhishek Adhikari, Professor, Presidency University, and he also delivered lecture before this webinar also, and his presentation is so excellent. আমরা সবসময় অধীর আগ্রহে অপেক্ষা করি স্যারের লেকচার শোনার জন্য, ইনক্লুডিং মি অলসো। আমরা প্রত্যেকে সমৃদ্ধ হই এই ওয়েবিনারটা, এটা আমাদের কাছে অন্যান্য ওয়েবিনার গুলোর থেকে সম্পূর্ণ আলাদা। এখানে যারা আছেন তারা নিজ নিজ ক্ষেত্রে এতটাই প্রতিষ্ঠিত এবং সেই ব্যস্ত সময়ের মধ্যে তারা সময় বার করেছেন আমাদের এই কলেজে এসে সকলকে এই বিষয়গুলো সম্পর্কে অ্যাওয়্যার করা, যেগুলো কিনা আজকের দিনে দাঁড়িয়ে অত্যন্ত রেলিভেন্ট এবং ইমার্জিং ইস্যু। এবং আমাদের প্রিন্সিপাল ম্যাডাম ডক্টর শুক্লা হাজরা, যিনি অত্যন্ত ব্যস্ত এবং আমাদের এই কলেজকে 2005 সালে জয়েন করার পর থেকে তিনি নিজের হাতে করে তিনি গড়ে তুলেছেন। আমাদের ছোট্ট কলেজ ছিল, সেই কলেজের জমিকে তিনি বড় করেছেন, সেই কলেজকে তিনি প্রায় এক বিরাট, আমরা যাকে বলি একটা বিরাট ক্যাম্পাস তিনি দিয়েছেন, সেকেন্ড ক্যাম্পাস, যেটা আমাদের সেখানে আমাদের বিল্ডিং উঠে গেছে, সেখানে আমাদের সমস্ত নতুন করে ইনফ্রাস্ট্রাকচার হচ্ছে, যাতে করে আমাদের স্টুডেন্টরা আরো ভালোভাবে ইন ফিউচার সেখানে থাকতে পারে। আমরা সমস্ত মডার্ন টেকনোলজিকে ইউজ করে from the very beginning of this lockdown period that was started in the 19th March 2020, we have completed, when এখন যখন আমরা সেটাকে রিভাইজ করতে যাচ্ছি, আমাদের মেয়েদের জিজ্ঞেস করছি তোমরা কখন পড়েছো এটা, তখন ওরা বলছে ওরা লকডাউনে পড়েছে। যেটুকু অংশ তখন কমপ্লিট হয়নি ম্যাডাম, yes, you have finished our syllabus during that lockdown period, because we have provided them with every aspect, with YouTube videos and everything that we can do during that period. And now it has become easier, and we are the pioneer who were the first person. আমাদের কম্পিউটার সায়েন্স ডিপার্টমেন্ট প্রথম শুরু করেছিল পাইথনের উপর ওয়ার্কশপ, এবং অ্যাডভান্স পাইথন, SPSS, এগুলোর উপরে আমরা ওয়ার্কশপ করেছি এই কলেজের পক্ষ থেকে, ইস্ট ক্যালকাটা গার্লস কলেজের পক্ষ থেকে। আমাদের কম্পিউটার সায়েন্সের টিচাররা, আমাদের ফিজিক্স ডিপার্টমেন্টের টিচাররা ল্যাটেক্স শিখিয়েছেন, সাইল্যাব শিখিয়েছেন, যাতে করে আমাদের রিসার্চ মেথোডোলজিকে আরো আমরা এগিয়ে নিয়ে যেতে পারি। আমরা প্লাগারিজম চেকিং থেকে শুরু করে সমস্ত কিছু রিসার্চ মেথোডোলজিকে আরো কলেজদের সঙ্গে, আরো অন্য কলেজ যেমন আচার্য প্রফুল্ল চন্দ্র কলেজ, এদের সাথে কোলাবোরেশনে আমরা নিজেদেরকে আরো এগিয়ে নিয়ে যাবার চেষ্টা করেছি। আমাদের স্টুডেন্টদের কাছে প্রোভাইড করছি এখনো আমরা প্রতিদিন different sorts of apps through which they can learn the research methodology, they can learn the statistical techniques elaborately. And I think this is called the internal quality enhancement. And as an IQAC coordinator, I am very proud that not only যে আমি একা কোঅর্ডিনেটর হিসেবে কাজটা করছি না, আজকে আমাদের এগুলো যারা কন্ডাক্ট করছেন, আজকে কম্পিউটার সায়েন্স ডিপার্টমেন্ট, ম্যাথমেটিক্স, ফিজিক্স, ডক্টর সেমন্তী পাল, অর্পিতা দাস, মিস্টার অতনু দত্ত খান, যার সাহায্য ছাড়া আমরা এই ওয়েবিনার করতেই পারতাম না একটার পর একটা, ডক্টর অজয় সেন, আমরা প্রত্যেকে এবং প্রতিটি ডিপার্টমেন্টের এবং আইকিউএসসি সমস্ত টিচার্সরা, আমাদের ফর্মার কোঅর্ডিনেটর প্রফেসর সুগত সেনগুপ্ত এবং আমাদের বর্তমান আইকিউএসসি যারা টিম মেম্বার ডক্টর দীপা ঘোষ, ডক্টর সোমা নন্দী, ডক্টর দেবপ্রসাদ পাত্র এবং অল দ্য টিচার্স ইন আওয়ার কলেজ, আমি সবার নাম মেনশন করতে পারছি না, and all the non-teaching staffs also in our college. During this pandemic period, our non-teaching staffs also served a lot, and we are able to do this only for that আমরা সবাই এক আছি এবং আমরা আমাদের পৃথিবীটাকে বড় করে নিয়েছি. We have extended our ECGC family with the other members of other colleges and schools, and we hope that the pandemic can't make a full stop where we are pursuing higher education. আর আমরা ভবিষ্যতে সোনালী দিনের স্বপ্ন দেখব কাদের সাথে, আমাদের একটা ইচ্ছে ছিল। ম্যাডাম আমাদের বলেছিলেন, আমাদের প্রফেসর বাসব চৌধুরী বলেছিলেন, আমরা শুনেছি স্যারদের কাছ থেকে, তারা বলেছিলেন যে স্কুল, কলেজ এবং ইউনিভার্সিটি একসাথে হাত ধরাধরি করে না চললে ভবিষ্যতে কোনো শিক্ষাই সম্পূর্ণ হয় না। তাই আমাদের এই প্রচেষ্টা, আমাদের পক্ষ থেকে আমাদের প্রিন্সিপাল ম্যাডাম এই উদ্যোগ নিয়েছেন, আমাদের সমস্ত টিচিং, নন টিচিং, এমনকি we are in regular contact with our parents, with the parents of our students. আমরা কি করি, আমরা প্রতিদিন ক্লাসের পরে দুজন করে পেরেন্টকে মিট করি। প্রতিদিন হয়তো সবার সাথে মিট করা সম্ভব হয় না, ঠিক দুজন করে পেরেন্ট কি আমরা ক্লাসের পরে জিজ্ঞেস করি, আপনাদের কাছে মেয়েরা সারাক্ষণ থাকছে, আপনারা দেখছেন তো ওরা জানছে কিনা, আমাদের পড়ানো ওরা বুঝতে পারছে কিনা, আমরা অনলাইনে পড়াচ্ছি, আমাদের কোনো আই কন্ট্যাক্ট নেই, আমাদের কোনো ফিজিক্যাল প্রেজেন্স নেই, আমরা উই আর টিচিং অনলি থ্রু অনলাইন, বাট ইফ দেয়ার ইজ এনি প্রবলেম উই আর হিয়ার ফর ইউ। আমরা এখানে আছি, আমরা ছেলে মেয়েদের শেখাচ্ছি শুধু নিজের জন্য নয়, সমাজের জন্য পড়ো, সমাজকে বাঁচাও, নিজে দাঁড়াও, সমাজকে দাঁড় করাও। আমাদের প্রিন্সিপাল ম্যাডাম উদ্যোগ নিয়ে কুলতলিতে গিয়ে আমরা আমফান রিলিফে, আচার্য প্রফুল্লচন্দ্র কলেজের সাথে গিয়ে আমরা আমফান রিলিফে সেখানে টাকা দিয়ে এসেছি। অন্যান্য কলেজের সাথে কাজ করতে গিয়ে দেখেছি সেই প্রিন্সিপাল স্যাররা, ম্যাডামরা, তারাও আমাদের সাহায্য করছেন, তারা এগিয়ে আসছেন আমাদের হেল্প করতে এবং আমরা ভেরি থ্যাঙ্কফুল টু অল দ্য কলেজেস, as and when we needed they extended their helping hand for us, and thanks. Lastly, a special thanks to Jayanto Babu. Sir, you have done a great job এবং ওনার সাহায্য সহযোগিতা ছাড়া সত্যি আমরা এই ওয়েবিনার কমপ্লিট করতে পারতাম না। ভেরি মাচ অবলাইজড টু জয়ন্ত বাবু এবং অতনু, these two persons, they are the main pillars for conducting this webinar, and thank you. Thanks to all the participants who are always with us. I can see here many faces who are always with us in many of the seminar, many of the webinars that we have conducted through this pandemic period. Thanks to all the teachers present here from schools and colleges and all the participants, particularly the students who will host the flag of the nation in future. And thanks to all of you again on behalf of IQAC. Thank you. নমস্কার, সবাইকে নমস্কার জানাচ্ছি, ভালো থাকবেন, সুস্থ থাকবেন। জয়ন্ত বাবু।
থ্যাংক ইউ ডক্টর মজুমদার। তাহলে আমরা আজ এখানেই শেষ করি। সবাইকে আরেকবার ধন্যবাদ জানিয়ে আর সবাইকে রিকোয়েস্ট করছি ওই ফিডব্যাক ফর্মটা ফিল আপ করে দেওয়ার জন্য, কারণ ওটা ধরেই কিন্তু আমাদের সার্টিফিকেটটা দেওয়া হবে। তো ফিডব্যাক ফর্মটা না পেলে আমরা কোথায় দিতে পারবো না সার্টিফিকেটটা, আর ওটা থাকবে, ওই লিঙ্কটা প্রত্যেকে পেয়ে যাবে ওই হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ গ্রুপে। তো ওটা কয়েক ঘন্টা সন্ধ্যে অবধি থাকবে, এর মধ্যে সুবিধা মতো সময়ে সবাই, আর যারা হয়তো ইতিমধ্যে বেরিয়ে গেছে প্রোগ্রাম থেকে তাদের যদি চেনা জানা বন্ধু বান্ধব থাকে তাদের যদি জানিয়ে দেওয়া যায়, তারা যেন ওটা ফিল করে দেয় আর কি, কারণ তারা না হলে তো জানতে পারবে না, তারাও যেন ওটা ফিল আপটা করে ফর্মটা। সবাইকে অনেক ধন্যবাদ, অনেক শুভেচ্ছা জানিয়ে আমরা আজকে শেষ করছি। থ্যাংক ইউ।
জয়ন্ত বাবু লিভ করবেন।